Welcome to the Romance Fiction Club, where different romance authors come together to share their romance works. If you think our library is missing a romance genre you love, please let us know in the comments. We will do our best to make that content available. Please subscribe to the channel so we can keep creating free audiobooks for you to enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful listening.
This content is adapted in order to comply with YouTube guidelines. If you wish to access hundreds of romance novels filled with steamy scenes, join the club through the link available in the description. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel, and thank you.
Seleneans, an alien sci-fi romance. Written by Ella Wayne, a USA Today bestselling author. Chapter 1. Arinaya Faye stared at her reflection in the smudged supermarket window, her striking hazel eyes shifting from green to amber as she wrestled with another day of monotony. Her long, flowing auburn hair cascaded over her shoulders, a vibrant contrast to the dull gray of her work uniform. She sighed, her delicate fingers smoothing out non-existent wrinkles in her apron. "Another day in Wonderland," she muttered, forcing a smile as she turned to face the endless stream of customers. The rhythmic beeping of scanners and the rustle of plastic bags filled the air as Arinaya assumed her position behind the cash register. She greeted the first customer with practiced cheerfulness, her voice lilting with a warmth that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Did you find everything you were looking for today, ma'am?" As she mindlessly scanned items and processed transactions, Arinaya's thoughts drifted. Why did she feel so out of place here? Why did every interaction, every mundane task feel like a performance in a play she never auditioned for? A child's laughter pierced through her reverie, and Arinaya's gaze flickered to a young boy gleefully clutching a bright red lollipop. For a moment, her eyes sparkled with a hint of wistfulness. "That'll be $47.83, she said, returning her attention to the current customer. "Cash or card?" As the day wore on, Arinaya found herself caught in a loop of repetitive actions and stilted small talk. She bagged groceries, counted change, and smiled until her cheeks ached, all while an undercurrent of restlessness thrummed beneath her skin. "Paper or plastic?" she asked for what felt like the 1,000th time, her eyes briefly flashing a deep stormy gray before settling back to their usual hazel. A coworker passing by paused, concern etching his features. "You okay, Ari? Your eyes just did that thing again." Arinaya blinked rapidly, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to her own ears. "Oh, you know me, just daydreaming again. Probably just a trick of the light." As she turned back to her register, Arinaya couldn't shake the feeling that she was meant for something more than this endless cycle of monotony. Something extraordinary was waiting for her beyond the horizon of her ordinary life. She just had to figure out how to reach it. The electronic chime of her phone pulled Arinaya from her thoughts. A quick glance revealed a text from Elysia. "Lunch break? I'm outside with your favorite smoothie." A genuine smile broke across Arinaya's face, her eyes shifting to a warm amber. She quickly finished with her current customer and signaled for her break. Stepping out into the crisp autumn air, Arinaya spotted Elysia's golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. "Els, you're a lifesaver," she called out, gratefully accepting the proffered smoothie. Elysia's blue eyes sparkled with mischief. "What are best friends for, if not to rescue you from the throes of retail hell?" She linked her arm through Arinaya's, guiding her to a nearby bench. "Now spill. Your text last night was cryptic, even for you." Arinaya sipped her drink, savoring the burst of flavor. "I don't know, Els. It's just this feeling. Like I'm meant for something more, you know?" Elysia nodded, her expression softening. "I get it. You've always been different, Ari. Special. Maybe it's time you accept that." As they chatted, Arinaya's attention was drawn to an elderly woman struggling with her groceries. Without hesitation, she stood. "Hold that thought, Els." Approaching the woman, Arinaya smiled warmly. "Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like some help with those bags?" The woman's weathered face creased with relief. Oh dear, that would be wonderful. These old bones aren't what they used to be. As Arinaya assisted her, she couldn't help but notice the woman's trembling hands and the way her eyes darted nervously. Are you all right? She asked gently. The elderly woman hesitated, her rheumy eyes searching Arinaya's face. I'm not sure, dear. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Arinaya felt a familiar tingling sensation at the base of her skull, a sure sign that her intuition was kicking in. She took a deep breath, allowing the feeling to wash over her. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by a sense of urgency and concern. Ma'am? Arinaya said softly, her hazel eyes shifting to a deep emerald. I think you might have left your stove on at home. Do you remember turning it off after breakfast? The woman's eyes widened in shock. Oh, goodness, I was making oatmeal this morning, and then my cat knocked over a plant. I completely forgot about the stove. Arinaya smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Why don't we call your neighbor to check? Do you have someone nearby who could help? As Arinaya helped the woman make the call, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that always accompanied these intuitive flashes. She'd learned to trust them over the years, but they still made her feel like an outsider, different from everyone else. The woman's neighbor went in to check, then confirmed that the stove had indeed been left on, and promised to take care of it. Tears of relief welled up in the elderly lady's eyes. How did you know, dear? It's like you read my mind. Arinaya shrugged, her cheeks flushing. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. I'm glad we could help. As she watched the woman leave, Arinaya felt a mix of pride and unease. Her ability to sense things others couldn't was both a blessing and a curse, constantly reminding her of how different she was from those around her. Alicia approached, curiosity etched on her face. Okay, spill. What was that all about? Arinaya sighed, her eyes fading back to their usual hazel. Just another day in the life of Arinaya Faye, resident weirdo, she said with a wry smile, wondering not for the first time if she'd ever truly find a place where she belonged. Arinaya leaned against the counter, her fingers absently tracing the edge as she met Alicia's concerned gaze. I don't know, Ely. It's just, sometimes I feel like I'm living in a world that wasn't made for me. Alicia's blue eyes softened with understanding. She reached out, squeezing Arinaya's hand. Hey, you're not weird. You're special. Not everyone can help people the way you do. Arinaya sighed, her voice dropping to a whisper. But that's just it. I don't know why I can do these things. Sometimes I wonder if there's more to myself than I know. Alicia tilted her head, curiosity sparking in her eyes. What do you mean? I've always felt different, like I don't quite fit in here, and these abilities, they have to come from somewhere, right? Arinaya's brow furrowed. I just wish I knew more about where I came from, who my birth parents were. Before Alicia could respond, a sharp voice cut through their conversation. Excuse me, I've been waiting here for 5 minutes. Is anyone actually working today? Arinaya startled, turning to face an irate customer tapping his foot impatiently at the end of her checkout line. She quickly composed herself, forcing a polite smile. I'm so sorry, sir. I'll be right with you. As she moved to help the customer, Arinaya's mind raced. She'd have to be more careful about getting lost in conversation during work hours. But the questions about her past, her heritage, and her abilities continued to swirl in her thoughts, an ever-present undercurrent to her daily life. Arinaya scanned the customer's items mechanically, her mind still clouded with thoughts of her mysterious past. As she handed the man his receipt, their eyes met briefly, and she felt a sudden surge of frustration emanating from him. The intensity of the emotion startled her, and she blinked rapidly, trying to shake off the sensation. When she opened her eyes again, she caught her reflection in the metallic surface of the cash register. Her breath hitched as she noticed her hazel eyes had shifted dramatically, now glowing with an almost amber hue. What the? She muttered, leaning closer to examine the strange phenomenon. Is everything all right? The customer asked, his irritation now tinged with concern. Arinaya straightened up quickly, forcing a smile. Yes, sorry, just a bit of eye strain. Have a great day. As the man walked away, Arinaya's mind raced. Her eyes had always been unique, but this was something entirely new. She glanced at Alicia, who was busy with her own line of customers, and felt a pang of loneliness. During a lull in customers, Arinaya found herself gazing out the supermarket's large front windows. The world beyond seemed to pulse with possibility, beckoning her with promises of adventure and discovery. "There has to be more than this," she whispered to herself, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the countertop. More than just scanning groceries and wondering about what-ifs. She pictured herself exploring distant lands, uncovering the secrets of the universe, and finally understanding the source of her abilities. The daydream was so vivid, she could almost taste the excitement on her tongue. "Next customer, please," she called out, her voice carrying a newfound determination. As she turned to greet the approaching shopper, Arinaya made a silent vow to herself. She would find answers, no matter where that journey might take her. As Arinaya finished ringing up her last customer before her break, an elderly woman approached her register. The woman's hands trembled as she placed a single can of soup on the conveyor belt, her weathered face etched with worry. "Is this all for you today, ma'am?" Arinaya asked gently, her hazel eyes softening as she sensed the woman's distress. The old woman nodded, fumbling in her purse. I hope I have enough," she murmured, her voice quavering. Arinaya's empathy surged, and she instinctively reached out, placing her hand over the woman's. "It's okay," she soothed, her voice low and comforting. "Take your time." As their hands touched, Arinaya felt a sudden rush of emotion, fear, loneliness, and hunger. She gasped softly, her eyes widening as they shifted from hazel to a deep, compassionate green. "You know what?" Arinaya said, making a quick decision. "This soup is on special today, and—" She paused, reaching into her own pocket. "I have a coupon here for a free loaf of bread. Would you like me to grab one for you?" The old woman's eyes welled with tears. "Oh dear, are you sure?" Arinaya smiled warmly. "Absolutely, I'll be right back." As she hurried to the bread aisle, Arinaya's mind raced. She'd pay for the items herself, of course, but the connection she'd felt, it was unlike anything she'd experienced before. Returning with the bread, she completed the transaction, waving away the woman's profuse thanks with a gentle smile. As the elderly customer shuffled away, Arinaya felt a warmth in her chest, a sense of purpose that transcended her mundane job. Just then, she overheard a snippet of conversation from the next aisle. "Did you see her eyes?" a hushed voice said. "They changed color, just like in the Selenean tales." Arinaya froze, her heart pounding. Selenean? She'd never heard the term before, but something about it resonated deep within her. She leaned closer, straining to hear more. "Don't be silly," another voice scoffed. "The Seleneans aren't real. It's probably just a trick of the light." The voices faded as the speakers moved away, leaving Arinaya with a whirlwind of questions. Her fingers trembled as she touched her face, wondering again about her eyes, her abilities. Was there a connection with anything from another world? As her break began, Arinaya slipped away to the employee restroom. She stared into the mirror, watching in awe as her eyes flickered between hazel and an otherworldly silver. "Who am I?" she whispered to her reflection. "What am I?" For the first time in her life, Arinaya felt an uncontrollable need to seek for answers about herself. Chapter 2. Lyriax's silver eyes flickered across the holographic display, scanning the intricate strands of DNA that danced before him. The soft blue glow illuminated his angular features as he manipulated the genetic code with practiced precision. His lean fingers glided through the air, weaving and unweaving the very fabric of Selenean existence. A faint hiss from the laboratory doors barely registered in Lyriax's hyper-focused mind. He was so close to unraveling another piece of the genetic puzzle that had plagued his people for generations. Just one more sequence. Lyriax. A rich, sonorous voice cut through his concentration like a beam of lunar light. Lyriax's hands froze mid-gesture as he turned to face the newcomer. Xandros Caladan's regal presence filled the sterile laboratory, his flowing silver robes a stark contrast to the clinical surroundings. Lyriax felt a familiar mix of admiration and pressure as he met his mentor's piercing gaze. "High Counselor," Lyriax acknowledged, inclining his head respectfully. "I apologize, I was engrossed in—" Xandros raised a hand, his expression softening. "No need for apologies, my boy. Your dedication is precisely why we placed our trust in you." He approached the holographic display, his eyes scanning the complex data. "However, I must stress the urgency of our situation. The deterioration rate of our people's DNA has accelerated beyond our initial projections." Lyriax's stomach tightened at the news. He'd suspected as much from his recent findings, but hearing it confirmed sent a chill through his body. "By how much?" he asked, dreading the answer. Xandros's eyes met his, heavy with the weight of their shared burden. "We've lost 3 more citizens to genetic instability this week alone. At this rate, we have less than a decade before our entire population begins to show critical signs of breakdown." Lyriax's mind raced, calculating variables and potential solutions. He gestured towards the holographic display, expanding a particular section of the DNA strand. "I've isolated a unique sequence here that seems resistant to the degradation, if we can replicate its properties." "A promising lead," Xandros nodded, his voice carrying a note of cautious optimism. "But we must act swiftly. Our people look to us, Lyriax, to you. The hopes of generations rest upon your shoulders." The weight of responsibility pressed down on Lyriax, threatening to overwhelm him. He closed his eyes briefly, centering himself as he had been taught in his youth. When he opened them again, determination blazed in their silver depths. "I understand, High Counselor," Lyriax said, his voice steady and resolute. "I won't let our people down. Whatever it takes, we will find a solution." Xandros placed a comforting hand on Lyriax's shoulder, his touch conveying both support and expectation. "I have faith in you, Lyriax. Your ancestors' wisdom flows through your veins, just as it does in the genes you study. Remember, in saving our people, you honor their legacy." Lyriax nodded, turning back to the holographic display with renewed focus. As Xandros's footsteps faded, leaving him alone once more in the quiet hum of the laboratory, Lyriax's fingers danced through the air, manipulating strands of possibility and hope. Lyriax's fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles turning a pale silver as frustration coursed through him. The promising lead had dissolved into another dead end, like so many before it. He slammed his palm against the console, causing the holographic display to flicker momentarily. "By the celestial spheres," he growled, his usually measured voice tinged with raw emotion. "I will not fail. I cannot fail." He took a deep breath, his lean frame straightening as he squared his shoulders. The weight of his people's future pressed upon him, fueling his determination. Lyriax's silver eyes gleamed with renewed intensity as he turned back to the data before him. "I vow to work harder, to push further," he murmured, his words a solemn promise to the empty laboratory. "For the sake of every Selenean, I will find a way to preserve our DNA, to ensure our survival." As he dove back into his work, manipulating complex genetic structures with practiced ease, a nagging doubt began to creep into the corners of his mind. Lyriax paused, his hands hovering over the holographic interface. "Am I truly worthy of this task?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "My ancestors made such monumental discoveries. They shaped the very fabric of our society, and here I am, struggling to even maintain what they built." The doubt gnawed at him, threatening to undermine his resolve. Lyriax closed his eyes, seeing the faces of countless Seleneans in his mind's eye, their silver gazes filled with hope and expectation. When he opened them again, uncertainty warred with determination in their depths. "Can I really save us from extinction?" he wondered aloud, the weight of generations bearing down upon his shoulders. "Or am I destined to be the one who fails when my people need me most?" Xandros's voice cut through Lyriax's spiraling thoughts, calm and reassuring. "Doubt is the crucible in which great discoveries are forged, Lyriax. Lyriax turned, startled to find the Selenean leader standing in the doorway, his silver hair catching the soft glow of the laboratory's ambient lighting. Xandros moved towards him with measured steps, his presence filling the room. Your ancestors faced similar moments of uncertainty, Xandros continued, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Lyriax. I remember watching them grapple with the very same fears that now plague you. Lyriax's brow furrowed. But they always found a way through. They never faltered. A gentle smile played on Xandros's lips. Is that what our history tells you? No, my young friend. They faltered, they doubted, but they persevered. That is the true legacy you carry. Lyriax absorbed these words, feeling a flicker of hope ignite within him. His mind began to work, connections forming between disparate pieces of data he'd been analyzing for months. Perhaps, Lyriax mused, his voice gaining strength. We've been approaching this from the wrong angle. What if, instead of trying to halt the degradation of our DNA, we focus on accelerating our ability to adapt? Xandros raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Go on? Lyriax's fingers flew across the holographic interface, pulling up complex genetic models. If we could introduce a synthetic gene that enhances our cellular regeneration rate, we might be able to outpace the degradation process. As he spoke, his excitement grew, the brilliance of his intellect shining through. It's risky, of course. We'd need to ensure the gene doesn't cause uncontrolled growth, but if we can fine-tune it, we might just buy ourselves the time we need to find a permanent solution. Xandros leaned in, his silver hair catching the blue light of the holographic display. His eyes narrowed as he studied the genetic models. An intriguing hypothesis, Lyriax. But we must consider the time factor. Our latest census data is troubling. Lyriax felt a chill run down his spine. How bad is it? The rate of genetic deterioration has accelerated, Xandros said, his voice heavy. We're losing viable births at an alarming rate. If this trend continues, we may have less than a generation before. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Lyriax's hands clenched into fists, his silver eyes blazing with determination. Then we work faster. We push harder. Every moment counts now. Indeed, Xandros agreed, his tone grim. But we must be cautious. A rushed solution could doom us as surely as inaction. Lyriax turned away, his gaze falling on the vast array of equipment in his laboratory. Each machine, each vial, each data point represented countless hours of work, of hope, of sacrifice. He thought of the nights spent poring over genetic sequences while others slept, the relationships left to wither as he devoted himself wholly to his research. Sometimes, Lyriax said softly, more to himself than to Xandros. I wonder if I've given enough. If I've tried hard enough. My ancestors. He trailed off, lost in thought. Xandros placed a comforting hand on Lyriax's shoulder, his touch firm yet gentle. Your ancestors would be proud, Lyriax. You carry their legacy with honor and dedication. Lyriax nodded, grateful for his mentor's support. He turned back to the holographic display, fingers dancing across the interface as he pulled up a new set of data. I've been analyzing the genetic markers we isolated last week. There's something here, Xandros, a pattern I can't quite grasp, but it's tantalizing. Leaned in, his silver hair. Hologram. Show me. For the next hour, they worked in tandem, their minds in perfect sync as they dissected the data. Lyriax marveled at how seamlessly they collaborated, each anticipating the other's thoughts and questions. It was a dance of intellect, mentor and mentee moving as one. There, Lyriax said suddenly, his heart racing. Do you see it? Xandros's eyes widened. The telomere degradation. It's not uniform. Exactly, Lyriax exclaimed, excitement bubbling up inside him. Look at this sequence here. It's resisting the deterioration, almost as if it's found a way to regenerate, Xandros finished, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyriax's mind accelerated, solutions possibly unfurling before him like the petals of a moonflower. If we can isolate this sequence, understand how it's maintaining stability, we might have the key to reversing the entire process, Xandros said, a rare smile spreading across his face. Lyriax nodded, his silver eyes gleaming with determination. We need to design a series of experiments to test this hypothesis. First, we'll need to replicate these conditions in vitro. Xandros stroked his chin thoughtfully. Agreed. We should also consider running parallel tests on different DNA samples. The more diverse our data set, the stronger our conclusions will be. Excellent point, Lyriax said, already pulling up a new holographic interface. His fingers danced across the screen, outlining a complex experimental design. We'll need to increase our lab capacity. Perhaps we could bring in some of the junior researchers to assist. Xandros placed a hand on Lyriax's shoulder, his touch both comforting and grounding. A wise suggestion, but remember, discretion is paramount. We can't risk word of this breakthrough spreading before we're certain. Lyriax nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. Of course. I'll personally oversee their work and ensure they understand the need for confidentiality. As they continued to outline their plan, Lyriax felt a surge of hope, unlike anything he'd experienced in years. After a long time, the path forward seemed clear, illuminated by the promise of their discovery. Lyriax, Xandros said softly, his blue eyes filled with pride. Your ancestors would be honored by your dedication and brilliance. Lyriax felt a warmth spread through his chest at his mentor's words. He took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. Thank you, Xandros, but this is about more than living up to their legacy. It's about securing a future for all Seleneans. Xandros nodded solemnly. Indeed it is, and I have faith that if anyone can achieve this, it's you. As they stood there, bathed in the soft glow of the holograms, Lyriax felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through him. The path ahead would be challenging, fraught with obstacles and uncertainties. But in that moment, looking into Xandros' eyes and seeing his own determination reflected back, Lyriax knew they would succeed. Together, they would save their people. The future of the Seleneans was within their grasp, and Lyriax vowed to himself that he would not rest until he had secured it. Chapter 3. The lunar base's conference room was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow as Lyriax Avalos stood before the holographic display, his silver eyes reflecting the dancing light of Earth's image. He ran a hand through his silver-streaked hair, his brow furrowed in concentration as he studied the latest scout reports. These findings are intriguing, Lyriax mused, his measured tone belying the excitement bubbling beneath his stoic exterior. He turned to face Crith Valeris, who lounged in a nearby chair with an air of calculated nonchalance. The genetic markers our scouts detected on Earth, they're unmistakably Selenean in origin. Crith leaned forward, his dark eyes glinting with interest. Are you certain, Lyriax? After all this time, could we truly have found what we've been searching for? Lyriax nodded, allowing a rare smile to grace his features. The data is conclusive. There are descendants of our people living on Earth, their DNA potentially holding the key to curing the disease that plagues us. As he spoke, Lyriax considered, could this be the breakthrough they'd been seeking for generations? The weight of his ancestors' expectations pressed heavily upon him, spurring him forward. We must act swiftly, Crith declared, rising to his feet with fluid grace. I propose we assemble a team immediately. Time is of the essence, Lyriax. Our people cannot afford any delays. Lyriax narrowed his eyes, studying Crith's eager expression. While he agreed with the sentiment, something about Crith's enthusiasm set him on edge. Indeed, he replied cautiously. But we must proceed with caution. These are not mere test subjects. They are living beings, most likely unaware of their cosmic heritage. Crith waved a dismissive hand. Of course. We'll approach them according to the protocols. Now, who should we include in our expedition? As they debated the team's composition, Lyriax found his thoughts drifting to Earth. What would they find there? And more importantly, who? The fate of the Selenean race hung in the balance, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this mission would change everything, for better or worse. The bustling marketplace teemed with life, a cacophony of voices and clattering carts filling the air. Lyriax and Krith stood in the shadows of a nearby alleyway, their eyes fixed on a small kiosk nestled between two larger storefronts. Behind the counter stood Arinaya, her hair catching the sunlight as she moved with fluid grace. Lyriax leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. That's her. The energy signature is unmistakable. Krith nodded, his dark eyes narrowing as he observed their target. She seems ordinary. Are you certain? As certain as the stars, Lyriax replied, his silver eyes never leaving Arinaya. Watch closely. As if on cue, a customer approached Arinaya's counter. She greeted them with a warm smile, her hazel eyes twinkling. As she engaged in conversation, her eyes seemed to shift, the color deepening to a rich amber. Lyriax's breath caught in his throat. Did you see that? He murmured, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. Krith's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Indeed, shall we make our move? With a nod, Lyriax straightened his Earth-appropriate attire. Remember, we're just customers. Nothing more. They approached the kiosk, Lyriax's heart pounding with each step. As they reached the counter, Arinaya turned to them, her gaze meeting Lyriax's. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Welcome, Arinaya said, her voice melodious. What can I help you with today? Lyriax fumbled for words, caught off guard by the intensity of her presence. Krith smoothly interjected, We're just browsing, thank you. As Arinaya nodded and turned to arrange some items, Lyriax couldn't help but notice how her eyes shifted again, this time to a deep emerald. The sight both thrilled and unsettled him, a reminder of the momentous task that lay ahead. Lyriax leaned close to Krith, his voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes. They're unmistakable, just like the ancient texts described. Krith nodded, his dark eyes calculating. Indeed, the color-shifting irises are a telltale sign of Selenean heritage, but we must be certain. As Arinaya busied herself with another customer, Lyriax's mind raced. Could this Earthwoman truly be the key to saving their people? The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. We need a DNA sample, Krith murmured, his tone measured and precise. But how to obtain it without arousing suspicion? Lyriax frowned, conflicted. We can't simply approach her and demand a genetic sample. It would terrify her. The tension between them was palpable as they deliberated their next move. Lyriax's scientific mind warred with his innate compassion. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at the thought of disrupting this woman's life. Krith's voice cut through his musings. Perhaps we could engineer a situation, a small accident that would yield a sample without her knowledge? Lyriax bristled at the suggestion. No, remember the protocols. We must be honest with her. It's the only ethical way. Their whispered debate grew more heated, neither noticing Arinaya's curious glances in their direction. Finally, Lyriax made a decision. We approach her directly, he said firmly, but carefully. We need a plan that won't overwhelm her. Krith's eyes narrowed, but he nodded in acquiescence. Very well. We tread lightly, Lyriax. The fate of our people hangs in the balance. As they formulated their strategy, Lyriax couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter would change everything, for Arinaya, for the Seleneans, and perhaps most of all, for himself. The fluorescent lights of the grocery store buzzed overhead as Lyriax and Krith approached Arinaya's checkout counter. Her hazel eyes flickered up to meet theirs, a hint of curiosity shimmering in their depths. Lyriax cleared his throat, his silver eyes gleaming with a mix of determination and apprehension. Excuse me, Miss Arinaya, he began, his voice low and measured. We have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Arinaya's brow furrowed, her fingers pausing on the register. I'm sorry, do I know you? She asked, her tone wary but tinged with intrigue. Krith stepped forward, his polished demeanor on full display. We apologize for the intrusion, but we assure you this conversation is crucial. It concerns your heritage and the fate of an entire civilization. Arinaya's eyes widened, their color shifting from hazel to a startling green. Lyriax couldn't help but marvel at the transformation, a clear sign of her Selenean lineage. What are you talking about? Arinaya chuckled, her voice a mixture of disbelief and fascination. Lyriax took a deep breath, acutely aware of the weight of his next words. You, Arinaya Faye, are a descendant of an ancient race known as the Seleneans. We come from the moon, and we need your help to save our people. Arinaya's laugh was sharp and incredulous. Is this some kind of joke? The moon? Are you serious? She asked while looking around for a hidden camera from some TV show. As Lyriax watched her hazel eyes dance with conflicting emotions, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for her spirit. Despite her skepticism, there was an underlying curiosity in her gaze that gave him hope. I assure you this is no jest, Krith interjected smoothly. Your unique genetic makeup holds the key to curing a devastating illness plaguing our kind. Arinaya's gaze darted between them, her mind visibly racing. This is insane, she muttered, more to herself than to them. What do you guys really mean? Lyriax leaned in closer, his voice soft but intense. Your eyes, Arinaya, the way they change color, it's a hallmark of our species. There's so much more to explain if you'll give us the chance. As he spoke, Arinaya's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of her name tag, a nervous habit that betrayed her inner turmoil. Her hazel eyes, now flecked with gold, met Lyriax's silver ones, and for a moment he felt a connection that transcended words. I don't know what to believe, Arinaya said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. But something tells me I should hear you out. Krith stepped forward, his dark eyes calculating. Your decision to assist us could mean the difference between life and death for countless Seleneans, he stated, his tone measured yet urgent. Our people are dying, and you may be the key to their salvation. Arinaya's brow furrowed, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her work apron. But what exactly would I have to do? I can't just leave my life here behind. Lyriax shot Krith a warning glance before addressing Arinaya. We understand your hesitation. It would involve traveling to our lunar base, where we'd conduct genetic tests and potentially develop a cure using your DNA. Lunar base, Arinaya repeated, her voice tinged with disbelief. She closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. When she opened them again, they had shifted to a deep emerald. This is a lot to process. As Arinaya fell silent, her gaze drifted to the bustling scene around them. The familiar sounds of shopping carts and muted conversations suddenly felt distant, as if she were viewing her world through a new lens. Her thoughts drifting to the possible scenarios, both thrilling and terrifying. I've always felt different, she murmured, almost to herself. Like I didn't quite fit in. But this is beyond anything I could have imagined. Lyriax nodded empathetically. I know it's overwhelming, but your unique heritage could be the key to saving an entire civilization. The choice, however, must be yours. Arinaya's eyes met his, searching for answers. And if I say yes? What then? As their gazes locked, Arinaya felt an unexpected flutter in her chest. Lyriax's silver eyes seemed to soften, losing some of their usual steely composure. For a moment, the weight of the decision before her was eclipsed by a curious warmth spreading through her body. Lyriax cleared his throat, his voice gentler than before. If you choose to join us, we would ensure your safety and comfort throughout the journey. Your contribution could rewrite the future of my people. Arinaya found herself leaning in slightly, drawn by the passion in his words. She caught herself and straightened, her mind whirling with conflicting thoughts. But what about my life here? She asked, gesturing around the supermarket. My job, my apartment, She trailed off, realizing how insignificant these things seemed in comparison to saving an alien race. Was she going crazy? Krith interjected, his tone matter-of-fact. We can make arrangements to secure your affairs on Earth. Arinaya barely heard him, her focus still on Lyriax. She noticed a slight furrow in his brow, a hint of concern that hadn't been there before. Was he worried about her decision? Or was there something more? I need time, Arinaya said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. This isn't just about leaving my job or my apartment. It's about leaving everything I've ever known. Lyriax nodded, a flicker of understanding, and was that disappointment? Crossing his face. Of course. We understand the magnitude of what we're asking. As Arinaya contemplated the crossroads before her, she felt a curious mix of fear and exhilaration. The life she knew suddenly seemed small, constrained, yet the unknown loomed large and daunting. How long do I have to decide? She asked, her hazel eyes now a swirl of green and gold, reflecting her inner turmoil. Arinaya's fingers trembled as she fumbled with her key, finally managing to unlock the door to Alicia's apartment. The scent of lavender and fresh-baked cookies enveloped her as she stepped inside, a comforting familiarity that stood in stark contrast to the otherworldly encounter she'd just experienced. Eli? She called out, her voice wavering slightly. Are you here? Alicia's golden head popped out from the kitchen, her blue eyes widening at the sight of Arinaya's distressed state. Ari, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Arinaya let out a nervous laugh, collapsing onto Alicia's plush sofa. Not a ghost. Aliens. Alicia's eyebrows shot up as she plopped down next to her friend, a plate of cookies in hand and a friendly laugh. Okay, spill. And don't leave out a single detail. As Arinaya recounted her encounter with Lyriax and Krith, Alicia listened intently, her expressive face cycling through shock, disbelief, and excitement. When Arinaya finished, Alicia let out a low whistle. So let me get this straight, Alicia said, gesticulating wildly. Some weirdos show up to tell you you're part alien, then ask you to go on a space adventure to save their race? Arinaya nodded, her hazel eyes shifting to a stormy gray. That's the gist of it, and I have no idea what to do. Alicia leaned back, deep in her thoughts. Well, what does your heart tell you? My heart? Arinaya scoffed. My heart is currently having a panic attack. Come on, Ari, Alicia pressed, her voice softening. I've known you forever. You've always dreamed of something. More. But do you really think this is serious? Arinaya's mind drifted to Lyriax, his intense gaze, the way his presence seemed to fill the room. She felt a flutter in her chest that had nothing to do with panic. What if it's all true? Arinaya whispered. What if I followed them just to find it out? Alicia grabbed Arinaya's hands, her blue eyes fierce with conviction. Then you'll have had the adventure of a lifetime, Ari. As Alicia's words sank in, Arinaya felt a shift within herself. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by a growing sense of excitement. You're right, Arinaya said, her voice growing stronger. This could be my chance to make a real difference, to be part of something bigger than myself. Alicia beamed, pulling Arinaya into a tight hug. That's my girl. Now let's figure out how to pack for a moon trip. As they laughed and planned, Arinaya felt even more confident in her destiny. Are you ready? Lyriax's deep voice startled her from her reverie. Arinaya stood before the sleek, silver spacecraft, her heart pounding in her chest. The cool night air raised goosebumps on her skin, and she pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders. The enormity of her decision weighed heavily upon her as she gazed at the vessel that would carry her away from everything she'd ever known. She turned to face him, her hazel eyes reflecting a mix of fear and determination. As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyriax's expression softened, his alien features somehow comforting in their otherworldliness. It's natural to feel apprehensive, Arinaya. You're embarking on an extraordinary journey. Arinaya nodded, swallowing hard. I can't help but wonder if I'm doing the right thing. Leaving Earth, my family, my whole life behind. Your courage is admirable, Lyriax said, stepping closer. Remember, you're not just leaving. You're going towards something vital. Your heritage. Your potential to help an entire race. As she looked into Lyriax's eyes, Arinaya felt butterflies in her stomach that had nothing to do with nerves. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. You're right. This is bigger than me, isn't it? With a final glance back at the twinkling lights of her hometown, Arinaya squared her shoulders and approached the spacecraft's entrance. The door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a high-tech interior that seemed to pulse with energy. Arinaya hesitated at the threshold, her hand gripping the doorframe. What am I doing? She thought, panic threatening to overwhelm her. But then she felt Lyriax's reassuring presence behind her, and something else. A pull, an inexplicable feeling of rightness. This is where I'm meant to be, she murmured to herself, and with one fluid motion, she stepped into the spacecraft. As the door began to close behind her, Arinaya's last view of Earth was obscured by Lyriax's tall form entering after her. The finality of the ceiling door echoed in her ears, leaving her breathless with anticipation and anxious for the unknown that lay ahead. Chapter 4. Arinaya's eyes widened as she gazed upon the holographic projection of ancient Earth, its continents unfamiliar and alien. Lyriax's slender fingers danced across the control panel, manipulating the image with practiced ease. Behold, Arinaya, Lyriax began, his silver eyes gleaming in the soft blue light. This was our world, long before your kind walked its surface. Arinaya leaned forward, her hair cascading over her shoulder. It's beautiful, she whispered, captivated by the lush green land masses and sparkling oceans. Lyriax nodded, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Indeed, the Seleneans thrived here for millennia, building great cities and advancing our knowledge of the cosmos. As he spoke, Arinaya found herself drawn to the cadence of his words, the gentle lilt of his accent. She studied his profile, noting the sharp angle of his jaw and the way his brow furrowed in concentration. But then, Lyriax continued, his tone darkening, came the great flood. The hologram shifted, showing massive tidal waves crashing over continents. Arinaya gasped, her hand instinctively reaching out as if to stop the destruction. This is horrible, she murmured, her heart aching for a people she'd never known. Lyriax's gaze met hers, and for a moment, Arinaya felt a connection that transcended time and space. It was in this moment of crisis that our ancestors made the decision to flee to the moon. That was when we became known as Seleneans. Arinaya's mind whirled with questions. Could this really be true? Am I truly descended from these people? She focused on Lyriax, noticing for the first time the ethereal quality of his movements, the way the lunar light seemed to caress his skin. But how did they survive here? She asked, gesturing to the barren landscape beyond the dome. Lyriax smiled, a warmth spreading across his features that made Arinaya's breath catch. Ah, that is where our ingenuity truly shone. Allow me to show you. As he began to explain the intricacies of Selenean technology, Arinaya found herself equally fascinated by the history unfolding before her and the man revealing it. She watched his hands move gracefully as he manipulated the hologram, noting the strength and precision in each gesture. Is this why I've always felt different? She wondered, her curiosity growing with each passing moment. Could this be the answer to the questions I've carried my whole life? Lyriax paused, his silver eyes searching Arinaya's face. I sense you have many questions, Arinaya. Please, ask them freely. Your lineage is a part of this grand tapestry, and it is your right to understand it. Arinaya nodded, gathering her thoughts. As she opened her mouth to speak, she couldn't help but notice the way Lyriax's gaze softened, a hint of admiration flickering in those mesmerizing silver depths. Before Arinaya could voice her questions, Krith stepped forward, his angular features taut with intensity. If I may interject, he said, his voice a calculated blend of urgency and diplomacy. Arinaya, your decision in this matter carries weight beyond imagination. Arinaya turned to face him, her brow furrowing. Krith's dark eyes bore into her, seeming to dissect her very thoughts. The fate of two worlds hangs in the balance, he continued, his words measured, yet charged with gravity. Your choice will ripple across both Earth and the Moon, shaping the future of both Seleneans and humans alike. A shiver ran down Arinaya's spine. The enormity of the situation pressed upon her, threatening to overwhelm. She glanced at Lyriax, finding an anchor in his steady gaze. That's a lot of responsibility, she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. How can I be sure? Lyriax stepped closer, his presence a soothing balm to her frayed nerves. Your skepticism is understandable, Arinaya, he said softly. Those eyes, so alien yet so captivating, held her own. What proof would you still require to believe our claims? Arinaya wanted to believe, yearned for it even, but the rational part of her demanded evidence. I just don't know what to think. This is a lot for me to take in, she admitted, frustration coloring her tone. But it does explain why I've always felt different. Lyriax nodded, a flicker of understanding passing across his features. He reached into a pocket of his silvery attire and produced a small, iridescent cube no larger than a dice. Arinaya leaned forward, curiosity overriding her caution. This, Lyriax explained, his measured tones tinged with reverence, is a Selenean memory crystal. It contains millennia of our history and achievements. With a gentle touch, Lyriax activated the device. Instantly, the air around them shimmered, transforming into a vibrant, three-dimensional tapestry of light and color. Arinaya gasped, her hazel eyes widening as she found herself surrounded by vivid scenes from an alien past. She watched, transfixed, as holographic figures in flowing robes performed intricate rituals beneath a younger Earth sky. The image shifted, revealing gleaming cities with architecture that defied gravity, pulsing with an energy that seemed alive. Arinaya's heart raced as she witnessed machines manipulating matter at its most fundamental level, creating wonders beyond her wildest dreams. This is incredible, she breathed, reaching out to touch a shimmering representation of DNA strands twisting in complex patterns. Her fingers passed through the image, sending ripples of light cascading around her. You really did all this? On Earth? Lyriax's voice was soft, tinged with both pride and sorrow. We did, and so much more. This is your heritage, Arinaya. The legacy that flows through your veins. As the images faded, Arinaya found herself staring at her own hands, seeing them in a new light. The peculiarities she'd always tried to hide, the faint, silvery sheen to her skin in certain lights, her uncanny intuition suddenly made sense in ways she'd never imagined. I've always felt different, she murmured, more to herself than to the others. Like I didn't quite fit in anywhere. But it's almost too much to believe. Lyriax's gentle touch on her arm sent a jolt through her system. I know it's overwhelming, he said, his silver eyes searching hers. But you are more than you've ever known, Arinaya. The question now is, are you ready to embrace that truth? Arinaya glanced between Lyriax's earnest gaze and Krith's calculating stare. The weight of the decision before her pressed down like the unfamiliar gravity of this alien world. I don't know, she stammered, taking a step back. Her mind spinning with conflicting emotions. What about my life on Earth? My place? My friends? Elysia? The thought of her best friend sent a pang of homesickness through her chest. Elysia, who had been there through every up and down, who understood her in ways no one else did. How could she leave that behind? Krith's smooth voice cut through her musings. Your earthly attachments are understandable, but consider the greater good at stake here. He gestured to a nearby monitor showing a group of Seleneans, their once vibrant skin now pallid and dull. Our very existence depends on you now. Arinaya watched as one of the Seleneans stumbled, caught by their companion. The sight stirred something deep within her, a mixture of empathy and an inexplicable sense of responsibility. I want to help, she said slowly. but this is all happening so fast. How can I be expected to make a decision that will change everything? Lyriax stepped closer, his presence both comforting and electrifying. We don't expect an immediate answer, Arinaya. We understand the magnitude of what we're asking. His silver eyes seemed to see right through her. Take the time you need to process everything you've learned. As they continued their virtual walk through the lunar city, Arinaya felt both fear and excitement. The advanced technology surrounding her whispered of potential and discovery, yet the thought of never seeing the Earth's blue skies again made her heart ache. "What if I make the wrong choice?" she asked softly, more to herself than her companions. Lyriax's gaze softened as he turned to face Arinaya, the lunar light drawing a soft glow on his features. "There is no wrong choice, Arinaya," he said, his voice a gentle reassurance. "Whatever you decide, we will respect it, but I want you to know that if you choose to stay, you won't be alone." He reached out, hesitating for a moment before lightly touching her arm. The contact sent a shiver through Arinaya, and she found herself leaning into his touch. "We'll support you every step of the way," Lyriax continued. "Our community may be different from what you're used to, but we take care of our own, and your contribution?" He paused, his eyes shining with a mix of hope and admiration. "It will be the key to saving an entire race." Arinaya's heart raced. The weight of his words settled on her shoulders, but strangely, it didn't feel like a burden. Instead, it felt like purpose. "But what can I really do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm just... me." Lyriax's lips curved into a gentle smile. "You're so much more than you realize, Arinaya. Your DNA holds the secret to our survival. With your help, we could reverse generations of genetic deterioration." As they walked, Arinaya's gaze swept over the lunar landscape, taking in the domed structures and the Earth hanging like a blue jewel in the starry sky. She thought of Alicia, of her life back home, but also of the incredible opportunity before her. I think I want to help," she said slowly, her voice gaining strength with each word. "This feels bigger than me, bigger than any one person. If I can make a difference." Lyriax's face lit up, his silver eyes glowing with an intensity that made Arinaya's breath catch. "You have no idea how much this means to us." "To me," he said, his voice thick with emotion. In that moment, looking into Lyriax's eyes, Arinaya felt a connection she couldn't explain. It was as if an invisible thread had linked them together, pulling her towards a future she never could have imagined. "Okay," she said, a mix of excitement and nervousness bubbling up inside her. "I'm in. Let's do this." Arinaya was still confused as she entered her assigned quarters, the door sliding shut behind her with a soft hiss. The room was sparse but elegant, with sleek metallic surfaces and a large window offering a breathtaking view of the starlit lunar landscape. She sank onto the bed, its surface molding to her body in a way that should have been comforting, but did little to quell the storm of thoughts in her head. "What have I gotten myself into?" she murmured, running her fingers through her auburn hair. Her gaze drifted to the window, where Earth hung like a distant blue marble. "Alicia, I hope you'll understand." As she lay back, her eyes heavy with exhaustion, one image kept returning to her mind. Lyriax's face, his silver eyes intense and captivating. She couldn't shake the feeling of connection that had surged between them earlier. "Computer," she said hesitantly, still unused to the advanced technology. "Dim lights, please." The room darkened, and Arinaya closed her eyes, letting the events of the day wash over her. As she drifted off to sleep, her last conscious thought was of Lyriax's gentle smile. In her dream, Arinaya found herself in a lush garden, unlike anything she'd seen on the moon. Flowers of impossible colors bloomed around her, their petals seeming to glow with an inner light. She wandered through the foliage, feeling a sense of peace she hadn't experienced since arriving. "Arinaya," a familiar voice called. She turned to see Lyriax approaching, his silver eyes shimmering in the strange dreamlike light. "Lyriax, where are we?" she asked, her voice sounding oddly distant to her own ears. He smiled, reaching out to take her hand. This is an ancient Selenean meditation garden. It exists now only in our memories and dreams. As their fingers intertwined, Arinaya felt a surge of warmth and belonging. The garden seemed to pulse with energy, responding to their touch. Flowers bloomed more vibrantly, and a soft, melodic hum filled the air. "It's beautiful," Arinaya whispered, leaning closer to Lyriax. "I've never felt anything like this before." Lyriax's free hand gently cupped her cheek, his touch sending shivers down her spine. "This is the connection our people once shared with the universe," he said softly. "And with each other." Their faces drew closer, and Arinaya's heart raced. Just as their lips were about to meet, she jerked awake, sitting bolt upright in her bed, her breath coming in quick gasps. The room was dark and quiet, but the lingering sensation of Lyriax's touch felt impossibly real. Arinaya pressed her fingers to her lips, her mind reeling. "What was that?" she whispered into the darkness, unsure if she was more shaken by the vivid nature of the dream or the depth of emotion it had stirred within her. Chapter 5. Lyriax's eyes flicked rapidly across the holographic display, his lean fingers dancing over the shimmering controls as he manipulated strands of genetic code. The soft blue glow of the laboratory equipment shining an ethereal light across his sharp features, highlighting the tension in his jaw as he scrutinized the data before him. "Computer, run simulation Alpha 7-3, he commanded, his measured tone belying the urgency that thrummed beneath his skin. As the system whirred to life, Lyriax's tensely waited, considering countless permutations and possibilities. If I can isolate the telomeric degradation pattern, perhaps I can synthesize a stabilizing agent, he mused, his brow curving in concentration. But the risk of cellular mutation remains high. There must be another way. The gentle hiss of the laboratory door sliding open barely registered in Lyriax's consciousness, so engrossed was he in his work. It wasn't until a familiar voice broke the silence that he realized he was no longer alone. "Lyriax!" Arinaya's melodious tones cut through his reverie like a beam of starlight piercing the void. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything crucial." Lyriax turned, his heart skipping a beat as he beheld Arinaya standing in the doorway. Her hair seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly radiance under the laboratory lights, and her eyes held a determination that stirred something deep within him. "Arinaya," he breathed, quickly composing himself. "Your presence is always welcome. How may I assist you?" She stepped further into the room, her gaze sweeping over the array of equipment with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," she began, her voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. "About my heritage, about the Seleneans, about the role I might play in all of this." Lyriax nodded, gesturing for her to continue as he leaned against the console behind him. She seeks answers, he realized. Answers that could change everything. "I need to know, Lyriax," Arinaya pressed on, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. "What exactly is my connection to your people? And how can I help preserve the Selenean race?" Lyriax drew in a deep breath, weighing his words carefully. The fate of his people depended on Arinaya's involvement in this project. It could be the key to their salvation or their downfall. As he prepared to respond, the weight of generations of Selenean scientists seemed to press upon his shoulders, reminding him of the monumental task that lay ahead. Lyriax's gazed softly at Arinaya, heart racing beneath his composed exterior. "Your connection to us is profound, Arinaya," he began, his voice low and earnest. "Your unique genetic makeup could contain the missing link we've been searching for." Arinaya stepped closer, her hazel eyes shifting to a deep emerald in the laboratory's dim light. "Tell me more," she urged, her curiosity palpable. Lyriax felt a surge of warmth at her proximity. He gestured to a holographic display, his long fingers dancing over the controls. "You see, our DNA has been deteriorating for generations. But your hybrid nature, it's extraordinary. You may be holding the solution against our degeneration. As they stood side by side, examining the intricate strands of genetic code, Lyriax found himself acutely aware of Arinaya's presence. The faint scent of Earth's flowers clung to her, a stark contrast to the sterile air of the lunar lab. "It's fascinating," Arinaya murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. "On Earth I always felt... I would never have imagined this." Lyriax nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And I never dreamed of meeting someone like you. Tell me, what was it like growing up on Earth?" As Arinaya began to speak of her childhood, of green parks and bustling cities, Lyriax found himself captivated. He shared in return, describing the serene beauty of the lunar landscape and the ancient traditions of his people. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by moments of shared laughter and poignant silences. With each passing minute, Lyriax felt the connection between them deepening, a bond forged by their shared purpose and growing attraction. "She is unlike anyone I've ever known," Lyriax thought, his heart swelling with an unfamiliar warmth. "And yet, our fates seem inexorably intertwined." Lyriax's silver eyes flickered with vulnerability as he turned to face Arinaya fully. His lean frame tensed, betraying the internal struggle raging within him. "Arinaya," he began, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "I find myself in a difficult position." He paused, searching for the right words. "My duty to the Seleneans has always been clear, unwavering. But now..." Arinaya's hazel eyes met his, curiosity and concern evident in their depths. "What is it, Lyriax?" He took a deep breath, his usually measured speech faltering. "I'm drawn to you in a way I've never experienced before. The idea of you as my partner, it's intoxicating. But I can't ignore the weight of my responsibilities." Lyriax's fingers twitched, aching to reach out and touch her. Instead, he clenched his fist, the action mirroring his internal restraint. "My people are counting on me," he continued, his tone laced with conflict. "How can I pursue my own desires when the fate of an entire race hangs in the balance?" Arinaya's expression softened, a mix of empathy and something deeper flickering across her features. She opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated, her brow furrowing. "Lyriax, she began, then paused, seeming to gather her thoughts. "I feel the connection between us, too. But I can't help but worry about the risks involved in all of this." Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. "What if something goes wrong in the process of restoring the Selenean DNA? What if we fall in love and mess up with everything?" The tension in the air thickened, their shared fears and desires creating a palpable charge between them. Lyriax's silver eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he stepped closer to Arinaya. The air between them crackled with unspoken emotion, and he fought to keep his voice steady. "I swear to you, Arinaya," he said, his tone low and intense, "I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety throughout this journey, no matter the cost to myself." His hand reached out, hovering just inches from her face, his fingers trembling with the effort of restraint. "Your well-being is paramount. I couldn't bear it if anything were to happen to you." Arinaya's breath hitched, her hazel eyes widening at the raw emotion in Lyriax's voice. She leaned into his touch, her skin tingling where his fingers finally made contact. "Lyriax," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, "I want you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Lyriax pulled Arinaya into a passionate embrace. His lips found hers, the kiss deepening as years of pent-up emotion poured out. Time seemed to stand still as they clung to each other, the rest of the world fading away. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Lyriax rested his forehead against Arinaya's. "I would sacrifice everything for my people," he murmured, his voice rough with emotion. "But know this. Right now, you are a part of me, Arinaya." The tender moment was shattered by a harsh beeping from Lyriax's communication device. He reluctantly pulled away from Arinaya, his silver eyes clouding with concern as he retrieved the small crystalline object from his pocket. "What is it?" Arinaya asked, her voice tinged with worry. Lyriax's brow furrowed as he scanned the message, his posture stiffening. "It's troubling," he said, his voice low and tense. "An encrypted file from one of Krith's personal databanks. It appears to contain plans for a genetic manipulation project that goes far beyond our current efforts." Arinaya moved closer, peering at the holographic display. "What does that mean?" Lyriax's fingers flew over the device, decoding more of the data. "If I'm interpreting this correctly, Krith isn't just looking to stabilize our DNA. He's attempting to create an entirely new strain of Seleneans, one that would be physically superior and more easily controlled." A chill ran down Arinaya's spine. "Controlled? You mean—" "Genetically predisposed to follow orders without question," Lyriax finished, his voice barely above a whisper. "This goes against everything we stand for. The ethical implications alone are staggering." Arinaya's mind raced, processing the implications. "We can't let this happen," she said firmly. "But how do we stop him?" Lyriax paced the room, his lean form taut with tension. "We need to confront him directly," he said after a moment, "but we'll have to be careful. Krith is cunning, and he has many supporters among the council." Arinaya nodded, her hazel eyes flashing with determination. "We'll need a plan. Something that will expose his true intentions, without putting the rest of the Seleneans at risk." Lyriax turned to her, a spark of admiration in his silver eyes. "You're right. We'll need to gather more evidence, perhaps find a way to access his main research database." As they began to formulate their strategy, Lyriax couldn't help but marvel at how seamlessly they worked together. Arinaya's quick mind and intuitive leaps complemented his methodical approach perfectly. "We'll need to move quickly," Arinaya said, her voice low and intense. "Every moment we wait gives Krith more time to further his plans." Lyriax nodded, feeling a mix of dread and determination settle in his chest. "Tomorrow, then. We'll confront him in the council chambers, where his actions will be a matter of public record." As they finalized their plan, Lyriax couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The fate of his people, and his future with Arinaya, hung in the balance. Lyriax's gaze softened as he looked at Arinaya, his heart constricting with a mixture of affection and concern. "There's something we need to discuss before we proceed," he said, his voice low and earnest. Arinaya tilted her head, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "What is it, Lyriax?" He took a deep breath, steeling himself. "I want you to know that your safety is my utmost priority. If things go awry during our confrontation with Krith, I need you to promise me you'll prioritize your own well-being." "Lyriax, I can't just—" Arinaya began, but he gently cut her off. "Please," he insisted, his silver eyes intense. "I'm aware of the risks, and I'm prepared to face the consequences. But I can't bear the thought of you being harmed because of this." Arinaya's brow furrowed, a mix of frustration and admiration playing across her features. "You can't expect me to stand idly by while you put yourself in danger," she argued. Lyriax reached out, his fingers brushing her arm. The contact sent a jolt through him, heightening his resolve. "I'm not asking you to be idle. I'm asking you to be smart, to be safe. Your connection to Earth, your unique perspective, they're invaluable to our people. If something were to happen to me, you'd be our best hope." A tense silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken emotions. Finally, Arinaya nodded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I understand, but promise me you'll be careful too. We're in this together, remember?" Lyriax felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Together," he agreed, allowing himself a small smile. As they made their final preparations, a sudden alert chimed from Lyriax's communication device. His heart pounded as he read the message, his expression growing grave. "What is it?" Arinaya asked, tension evident in her voice. Lyriax looked up, his silver eyes wide with urgency. "It's Krith. He's called an emergency council meeting. We're out of time." Chapter 6. Krith Valeris stood motionless before the expansive window, his sharp features reflected in the polished glass. Beyond, the glittering expanse of the Selenean moon capital stretched to the horizon, a testament to the grandeur of their civilization. His dark eyes narrowed, calculating, as he traced the outline of the distant earth hanging in the inky void. "Soon," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "soon, it will all be mine." He turned from the window, striding purposefully to his desk. With practiced precision, he activated the holographic display, his fingers dancing over the controls as he pulled up schematics and data streams. The blue light bathed his angular face, sending shadows that accentuated the intensity of his gaze. Krith calculated, piecing together the intricate puzzle of his ambitions. Each element had to be perfectly aligned, every variable accounted for. The stakes were too high for even the slightest miscalculation. A soft chime interrupted his musings. Krith's lips curved into a practiced smile as he accepted the incoming transmission. The holographic image of Counselor Zara materialized before him. "Greetings, Counselor," Krith purred, his tone smooth silk. "I trust you received my earlier message." Zara nodded, her expression guarded. "Indeed, though I must admit, your proposal is unsettling." Krith leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Change often is, my dear Zara, but consider the possibilities, the power we could wield, the future we could shape." He watched as doubt flickered across Zara's features, sensing the opportunity to press his advantage. With careful words, he began to weave his web of persuasion, each phrase a calculated step towards his ultimate goal. As he spoke, Krith's mind raced ahead, anticipating Zara's responses, planning counter-arguments before she could voice her concerns. This dance of words and wills was where he truly excelled, manipulating the conversation with the finesse of a master strategist. "The winds of change are upon us," Krith continued, his voice low and compelling. "We must be prepared to seize the moment, to guide our people towards a brighter future. You understand this, don't you?" Zara hesitated, her resolve visibly wavering. "Perhaps, but the risks are considerable, yes," Krith interjected smoothly, "but the potential rewards far outweigh them. Think of the legacy we could leave, the mark we could make on history." He could see the moment his words took root, the subtle shift in Zara's posture that signaled her acquiescence. A thrill of triumph surged through him, carefully masked behind his composed exterior. "Very well," Zara conceded at last. "I will support your initiative in the next council meeting, but tread carefully, Krith. There are those who may not share your vision." Krith inclined his head, a gesture of respect that belied the fierce satisfaction burning in his chest. "Your wisdom and support are invaluable, Counselor. Together, we shall usher in a new era for Selenia." As the transmission ended, Krith allowed himself a moment of exultation. Another piece had fallen into place, another step closer to his ultimate goal. The path ahead was fraught with danger, a delicate balance of alliances and deceptions. But Krith Valeris was nothing if not adaptable. He turned back to the window, his reflection overlaying the distant earth. In his mind's eye, he could already see the future unfolding, a future shaped by his hand, guided by his ambition. A future where the name Krith Valeris would be synonymous with power, etched indelibly in the annals of history. With a satisfied smile, Krith returned to his planning, the gears of his grand design turning ever onward. Krith's eyes were fixed on the holographic interface, sifting through encrypted data streams with practiced ease. He paused, his dark eyes narrowing as a particular file caught his attention. "What have we here?" he murmured, leaning in closer. As he delved deeper into the file, his pulse quickened. This was it, the missing piece he'd been searching for. Hidden within layers of innocuous data was a detailed analysis of Earth's planetary defense systems, including vulnerabilities that had gone unnoticed by the humans themselves. Krith's lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, my dear Earthlings," he purred, his voice silky with false affection. How generous of you to leak such sensitive information. He stood, pacing the room as his mind raced with possibilities. This discovery could shift the balance of power dramatically, giving the Seleneans, or more precisely, giving him, an unprecedented advantage. "Computer," he commanded, his tone sharp with excitement, "cross-reference this data with our current strategic plans. Highlight any potential synergies." As the AI began its analysis, Krith turned to the window, his reflection superimposed over the distant blue orb of Earth. His eyes glittered with ambition, a predatory smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Soon," he whispered to his reflection, "very soon the tides will turn, and when they do, I'll be the one steering the ship." The computer chimed, signaling the completion of its task. Krith turned back, his heart filled with anticipation. The future he'd dreamed of was within reach, and he was poised to grasp it with both hands. Krith's eyes darted across the holographic display, absorbing the information. His triumph, however, was short-lived as a pang of guilt pierced through his euphoria. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as conflicting emotions warred within him. "Is this truly the right path?" he murmured, his brow furrowing. "For Selenia? For our people?" Images flashed through his mind, the faces of his fellow Seleneans, their trust in him, their hopes for a peaceful coexistence with Earth. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "But we've been under threat for too long," he argued with himself, his voice barely above a whisper. "We deserve more. I can give us more." A soft chime interrupted his internal debate. "Counselor Valeris," a voice came through the comm system. "Time for the meeting you requested in the diplomatic chamber." Krith's eyes snapped open, his mask of calm sliding back into place. "Acknowledged. I'll be there shortly." With a final glance at the data, he encrypted it and tucked the device into his robes. As he strode towards the diplomatic chamber, Krith's mind formulated plans and contingencies. He'd have to tread carefully, but if he played his cards right, he could set the stage for Selenia's ascension, and his own. Approaching the chamber doors, he paused, took a deep breath, and smoothed his features into a picture of diplomatic serenity. "Time to dance with danger," he murmured, a glint of excitement in his eyes as the doors slid open. Krith entered the diplomatic chamber, his keen eyes scanning the room. A group of high-ranking Selenean officials stood in clusters, their hushed conversations filling the air with a low hum. He approached a trio near the center, his steps measured and graceful. "Counselor Nix, Ambassador Lyra, Minister Zenith," Krith greeted them, his voice a smooth melody. "I trust you're all well?" Nix, a stern-faced elder, nodded curtly. "As well as can be expected, given the current tensions." Krith mocked an expression of concern. Yes, a delicate situation indeed. Tell me, Nix, what's your stance on our approach?" As Nix launched into a detailed explanation, Krith listened intently, his mind working overtime. He needed to plant the seeds of discord, but subtly. "A thoughtful perspective," Krith said when Nix finished. He turned to Lyra. "And you, Ambassador? Do you share Counselor Nix's views on Earth's intentions?" Lyra hesitated, her silvery eyes darting between Nix and Krith. I'm not entirely sure. Earth has been a friendly place, our home before the moon, but we mustn't jump to conclusions," Krith finished for her, noting the flash of annoyance in Nix's eyes. "A wise approach, Ambassador. Though I wonder if such caution might be perceived as weakness." Minister Zenith cleared his throat. "Surely, Counselor Valeris, you're not suggesting we take an aggressive stance?" Krith raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Not at all, Minister. I merely think we should consider all perspectives. After all, unity in these trying times is paramount." As the conversation continued, Krith carefully steered it towards points of contention, subtly highlighting the differences in their views. He could see the seeds of doubt taking root, the slight tension in their postures growing. "Colleagues, please," he called out, his voice cutting through the panic. "Let's not get into disagreement. Ambassador Lyra, Perhaps you could verify our data and design a more agreeable plan. As Lyra nodded, Krith's mind whirled. He needed to spin this to his advantage, to use the element of surprise to further his agenda without revealing his hand. In the meantime, he continued, his tone calm and authoritative, I suggest we convene an emergency council meeting. We must present a united front in the face of this potential enterprise. As the others murmured in agreement, Krith allowed himself a small, hidden smile. The unexpected confusion had become an opportunity, and he was ready to seize it. Krith paced the length of his private chambers, his fingers curled into tight fists. He paused at the window, gazing out at the glittering expanse of Selenean architecture, his reflection a mask of frustration. He took a deep breath, forcing his racing thoughts to slow. The council hesitation was temporary, he reminded himself. He'd navigated trickier waters before. Krith moved to his desk, activating a holographic display. As he swiped through various scenarios and data points, his agile mind began to formulate a new strategy. If I can't divide them from within, he mused aloud, perhaps I can unite them against a common enemy. A knock at the door interrupted his scheming. Enter, he called, schooling his features into a mask of calm authority. Ambassador Lyra stepped in, her silver eyes clouded with worry. Krith, about Earth. Some council members are inclined to approve your plan. But you don't trust them, Krith finished, allowing a hint of shared concern to color his voice. Lyra nodded, her brow furrowed. How do you think we should proceed? Krith's lips curved into a subtle smile. This was the opening he needed. I believe, he said carefully, that we should prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Perhaps it's time we considered stepping up our game. As Lyra nodded thoughtfully, Krith felt a surge of confidence. His setback was rapidly transforming into an opportunity, one that could catapult his plans forward faster than he'd ever dreamed. After all, he added, his tone smooth as silk, in times of crisis, strong leadership is paramount. Lyra's eyes widened, a mix of concern and determination flashing across her face. You're right, Krith. We can't afford to be caught off by the council's hesitation. Krith felt a surge of triumph, carefully masked behind a facade of solemn duty. He placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder, his touch gentle but firm. We must act swiftly, but with discretion. Can I count on your support? Of course. Lyra nodded, her posture straightening. What's our next move? Krith turned back to the holographic display, his mind racing. This was his chance to solidify his position and sway key players to his side. He brought up a map of the Selenean capital, highlighting several locations. We'll need to gather our most trusted allies, he said, his voice low and intense. I propose a series of clandestine meetings. We'll present our concerns and our plan for gathering their support. As he spoke, Krith's thoughts whirled. How far could he push this perceived threat? How much support could he garner before anyone grew suspicious of his true motives? Lyra, he said, turning back to her with a grave expression, I need you to reach out to the security committee. Emphasize the potential dangers, but be subtle. We don't want to cause panic. Lyra nodded, her face set with determination. I understand. I'll handle it with utmost discretion. As she left, Krith allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. He returned to his planning, eyes gleaming with renewed ambition. Soon, he whispered to himself, they'll all see the need for stronger leadership, and I'll be there to provide it. Krith's ambition knew no bounds. He envisioned a future where Selenia would rise as the dominant power in the solar system, with Earth as its crowning jewel. And he, Krith Valaris, would be hailed as the architect of this new era. For the glory of Selenia, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. For the future we deserve. As the weight of his actions settled upon him, Krith felt a momentary flicker of doubt, but he quickly steeled himself, pushing aside any lingering reservations. The die was cast, and there was no turning back now. Chapter 7. Arinaya's fingers trembled as she pressed her palm against the cool metallic surface of Lyriax's door. The soft sound of the airlock releasing sent a shiver down her spine, and she stepped into the chamber, her heart thundering in her chest. The door sealed shut behind her with a soft click, leaving her alone in the sanctum of the brilliant Selenean scientist. The room was awash in a soft, silvery glow that reminded her of moonlight on Earth. Arinaya's eyes were drawn to the far wall, where holographic displays flickered with complex genetic sequences and swirling galactic maps. She inhaled deeply, catching the faint scent of something alien, yet oddly comforting, like starlight and ancient wisdom distilled into a fragrance. Why am I here? She wondered, her resolve wavering. This could change everything. The whisper of movement drew her attention, and Arinaya turned to see Lyriax emerge from an adjoining room. His tall, lean figure was silhouetted against the ethereal light, and for a moment she forgot to breathe. Lyriax's silver eyes locked onto hers, a tempest of emotions swirling in their depths. Desire, tenderness, and something deeper. A vulnerability that made Arinaya's heart ache. He took a step towards her, closing the distance between them with deliberate grace. Arinaya, Lyriax's voice was low and rich, sending a pleasant warmth through her body. I wasn't certain you would come. She swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. I wasn't certain either, Arinaya admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But I needed to see you, to understand. Lyriax's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern passing over his features. What is it you seek to understand? Arinaya searched for the right words. How could she explain the tumult of emotions, the questions that had plagued her since discovering her true heritage? Everything, she finally said, her voice gaining strength. My place in all of this, the connection I feel to your world, to you. A soft smile touched Lyriax's lips, transforming his usually stoic expression. Your curiosity is one of the many things I admire about you, Arinaya. It mirrors my own relentless pursuit of knowledge. He took another step closer, and Arinaya felt the air between them crackle with unspoken tension. Her breath caught in her throat as she gazed up at him, marveling at the play of light across his striking features. This is more than curiosity, Arinaya thought. This is destiny. Without conscious thought, Arinaya reached out, her hand trembling slightly as she gently touched Lyriax's cheek. The warmth of his skin beneath her fingertips sent a jolt through her, igniting a fire deep within. She marveled at the contrast between the softness of his skin and the sharp angles of his face, so alien yet so familiar. Lyriax's silver eyes widened, a flicker of surprise passing through them before being replaced by something deeper, more intense. His breath caught audibly, the sound echoing in the quiet room. He leaned into her touch, his gaze never wavering from hers. Arinaya, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. You stir something within me that I cannot explain with science or reason. She felt the vibration of his words against her palm, sending shivers down her spine. I feel it too, she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of her confession. Lyriax slowly raised his hand, placing it over hers and holding it against his cheek. The gesture was tender, almost reverent. His fingers were cool against her skin, a stark reminder of their different physiologies. How can something so foreign feel so familiar? Arinaya wondered, lost in the depths of Lyriax's otherworldly gaze. The connection between them felt elemental, as if the very atoms of their beings were aligning. Arinaya took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to say. Her voice, soft and filled with longing, broke the charged silence between them. Lyriax, I've never felt this way before. It's as if my entire life has been leading me to this moment, to you. Her words hung in the air, heavy with vulnerability and trust. She searched his face, her heart pounding in her chest as she awaited his response. Lyriax's composed exterior seemed to crack, his silver eyes softening with an emotion Arinaya had never seen in them before. He gently pulled her hand from his cheek, interlacing his fingers with hers. "Arinaya," he began, his usually measured tone tinged with a newfound warmth. "When I first embarked on this mission, I never imagined I would find someone, more precious than the cure for our people." He paused, collecting his thoughts. Arinaya held her breath, afraid to shatter the moment. "The connection we share," Lyriax continued, his gaze intense. "It defies the laws of nature. I've studied my entire life. You've awakened something in me I thought long dormant." Arinaya's heart soared at his words. She wanted to speak, to echo his sentiments, but found herself speechless, lost in the depth of his confession. Lyriax's free hand came up to cup her face, his touch feather light. "With you, I see hope. Not just for our mission, but for a future I never dared to imagine for myself. A future where science and emotion, duty and love can coexist." Arinaya's heart swelled, each word from Lyriax resonating deep within her. A sense of belonging washed over her, unlike anything she had ever experienced. For the first time in her life, she felt truly seen, understood, and accepted. "Lyriax," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Here, with you, I feel like I've finally found my place in the universe." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she continued. "It's more than just our mission. It's this connection between us. It gives me purpose, a sense that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be." Lyriax's silver eyes seemed to glow brighter as he listened, his usually stoic features softening with each word. He gently brushed a strand of her hair behind her ear, his touch sending a shiver down her spine. "You've awakened something in me too, Arinaya," he murmured, his voice low and intimate. "A part of me I thought I'd locked away in pursuit of my scientific goals." As they stood there, lost in each other's gaze, the room around them seemed to fade away. The stark metallic walls of Lyriax's quarters blurred into insignificance, the soft hum of the ship's engines fading to silence. Slowly, inevitably, they drew closer. Arinaya's heart beating fast as Lyriax's face neared hers. Their lips met in a kiss that was both tender and passionate, igniting a fire within them both. It was as if every atom in her body had come alive, tingling with an energy she had never known before. As they kissed, Lyriax's hands trailed down Arinaya's sides, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. She shivered, her own fingers exploring the contours of his lean, muscular frame. Time seemed to stretch and slow, each touch and caress an eternity of sensation. "You're trembling," Lyriax whispered, his silver eyes searching hers with concern. Arinaya smiled, her voice husky with emotion. "It's overwhelming, in the best possible way." He nodded, understanding flickering across his features. "We can take this slowly, Arinaya. There's no rush." She shook her head, her hazel eyes blazing with determination. "No, I want this. I want you." Their lips met again, more urgently this time. Arinaya marveled at how their bodies seemed to fit together perfectly, as if they were two halves of a whole finally reunited. Is this what the ancient texts meant by soulmates? She wondered, her mind briefly asserting itself before being swept away by a wave of passion. As clothing fell away, Arinaya gasped at the sight of Lyriax's alien physiology. Different, yet so inviting. Her fingers traced the bioluminescent patterns on his skin, mesmerized by their soft glow. "You're beautiful," she breathed, her voice filled with wonder. Lyriax's expression melted into one of vulnerable adoration. "As are you, my love, in ways I never imagined possible." As their breathing slowly returned to normal, Arinaya nestled closer to Lyriax, her head resting on his chest. The gentle glow of his bioluminescent markings cast a soft, ethereal light across their entwined forms. She listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, marveling at how comforting it sounded. "Lyriax," she whispered, her fingers tracing delicate patterns on his skin. "What does this mean for you?" He was quiet for a moment, his hand absently stroking her auburn hair. When he spoke, his voice was low and filled with emotion. "It means everything, Arinaya. You've awakened something in me I had long forgot." Arinaya propped herself up on one elbow, her hazel eyes searching his silver ones. "Tell me," she urged softly. Lyriax's gaze was intense as he cupped her face with his hand. "I feel this connection between us. It's not just personal. It's a call to uniting our peoples, to healing the rift in Selenean DNA." A warmth bloomed in Arinaya's chest, expanding until it filled her entire being. "Unity," she murmured. "That's what I feel with you, like I've found a missing piece of myself." "As have I," Lyriax replied, pulling her close. "We'll build a future of love and understanding, bridging the gap between Earth and Selene." As they lay there, limbs entangled, Arinaya felt the weight of their responsibilities begin to lift. The looming threat of Krith's schemes, the pressure of Lyriax's research, her own journey of self-discovery. All of it seemed manageable now, wrapped in the cocoon of their shared affection. "It's strange," Arinaya mused, her voice barely above a whisper, "how I've never felt so at peace, even with everything that's at stake." Lyriax's chest rumbled with a soft chuckle. "Perhaps that's the true power of connection, my love. It gives us strength we never knew we had." Arinaya's heart swelled at his words. She leaned in, capturing Lyriax's lips in a final, lingering kiss. Their embrace tightened, bodies pressed close as if trying to meld into one being. As they parted, Arinaya's hazel eyes locked with Lyriax's silver ones, an unspoken promise passing between them. "Whatever comes," Lyriax murmured, his voice thick with emotion, "our connection will be our anchor." Arinaya nodded, her throat tight. "Our strength," she added, running her fingers through his hair one last time. Reluctantly, they began to separate, the cool air of the room a stark contrast to the warmth they'd shared. Arinaya sat up, reaching for her discarded clothes. As she dressed, Arinaya took a deep breath, inhaling the lingering scent of their intimacy mingled with the crisp, sterile air of the Selenean quarters. She smoothed her hair, her fingers trembling slightly as the weight of their shared feelings settled upon her. Chapter 8. Lyriax's vision narrowed as he watched Krith from across the luminescent chamber. The diplomat's smooth voice carried through the air, captivating a small group of Selenean elders. But beneath Krith's polished exterior, Lyriax sensed a disquieting undercurrent. "And so, esteemed colleagues, I believe our focus should shift towards more proactive measures," Krith was saying, his dark eyes glinting. "Our survival depends on bold action." Lyriax felt a chill creep down his spine. Krith's words seemed innocuous enough, but there was something in his tone, a hint of hunger, of ambition, that set Lyriax's nerves on edge. As the gathering dispersed, Lyriax approached his longtime friend and fellow scientist, Neris. "Did you notice anything strange about Krith's address?" he asked in a low voice. Neris frowned. "Strange? How so?" Lyriax hesitated, unsure how to articulate his suspicions. "There's something off. The way he speaks of bold action. It doesn't align with our mission of healing and restoration." "Perhaps you're overthinking it," Neris suggested. "Krith has always been ambitious, but he's dedicated to this cause." Lyriax nodded, but the unease persisted. He couldn't shake the feeling that Krith was playing a deeper game. Over the next few days, Lyriax found himself paying closer attention to Krith's movements. He noticed the diplomat spending long hours in the restricted archives, emerging with an intensity in his eyes that sent a shiver through Lyriax. Unable to quell his growing suspicions, Lyriax decided to investigate further. Under the guise of research for his genetic restoration project, he began combing through ancient Selenean texts, searching for any clues that might shed light on Krith's true intentions. As he pored over a particularly cryptic passage, Lyriax's mind raced. What if Krith's ambitions extended beyond the restoration of their people? What if he sought something more? sinister. Lyriax's fingers trembled slightly as he turned the delicate pages of a millennia-old tome. The weight of his ancestors' expectations pressed down on him, urging him to uncover the truth. Lyriax? A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Xandros, the wise Selenean leader, watching him with concern. "You seem troubled, my friend." Lyriax hesitated, weighing his words carefully. "Xandros, I fear something is amiss with Krith. His recent behavior. It doesn't sit right with me." Xandros's brow furrowed. "That's a serious accusation, Lyriax. What evidence do you have?" "Nothing concrete," Lyriax admitted, frustration evident in his voice. "But there are patterns, hints. I can't ignore my instincts." The older Selenean nodded slowly. "Trust your instincts, Lyriax. They've served you well in your research, but tread carefully. Accusations without proof can be dangerous." As Xandros departed, Lyriax turned back to the ancient text, determination burning in his mind. He would uncover the truth. Lyriax's eyes glinted with steely resolve as he strode purposefully toward Krith's private chambers. The corridor's luminescent walls pulsed with an eerie blue light, matching the quickening rhythm of his heartbeat. He paused before the ornate door, gathering his thoughts and steadying his breath. With a swift motion, Lyriax pressed his palm against the sensor, and the door slid open with a soft hiss. Kryth stood by the window, his back to the entrance, silhouetted against the vast lunar landscape beyond. "Krith," Lyriax's voice cut through the silence, controlled but edged with tension. "We need to talk." Krith turned, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. "Lyriax, what an unexpected pleasure. To what do I owe this visit?" Lyriax stepped forward, his lean frame taut with barely contained anger. "I think you know why I'm here. I've uncovered your deception, Krith. Your true intentions for Earth." A flicker of surprise crossed Krith's face before his usual mask of charm slipped back into place. "My dear Lyriax, I'm afraid I don't understand. What deception do you speak of?" "Don't play games with me," Lyriax growled, pulling out a data crystal. "I have evidence of your communications with Earth's power brokers. You're not just seeking a cure for our people. You're planning to subjugate humanity." Krith's composure wavered for a moment, his eyes darting to the crystal in Lyriax's hand. "You've misunderstood, Lyriax. My actions are for the greater good of our people." "Explain yourself," Lyriax demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Krith sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. "Very well. Yes, I seek control over Earth. Yes. But can't you see? It's the only way to ensure our survival. With Earth's resources at our disposal, we could accelerate our research, find a cure faster." Lyriax's fists clenched at his sides. "At what cost, Krith? The subjugation of an entire species? This goes against everything we stand for." "Sometimes difficult choices must be made for the greater good," Krith argued, his voice taking on a persuasive tone. "Think of it, Lyriax. With Earth under our control, we could guide humanity toward a brighter future while securing our own. It's a win-win situation." Lyriax shook his head, disgust evident in his expression. "You're deluding yourself, Krith. This isn't about our people's survival. It's about your own lust for power. I won't let you destroy everything we've worked for." As Krith opened his mouth to respond, Lyriax felt a surge of determination. He knew that the fate of two worlds now rested on his next actions, and he was prepared to do whatever it took to stop Krith's sinister plans. Lyriax stormed out of the chamber, his mind reeling from the confrontation with Krith. The luminescent corridors of the Selenean complex seemed to blur as he strode purposefully towards his private quarters. His silver eyes, usually calm and analytical, now flickered with a tempest of emotions. Once inside, Lyriax leaned against the cool, pearlescent wall, his breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The weight of Krith's betrayal pressed down on him like the gravity of 1,000 moons. He closed his eyes, trying to center himself, but the conflicting emotions within him refused to be tamed. How could I have been so blind? He muttered, running a hand through his silver-streaked hair. The scientist in him wanted to approach this logically, to dissect the problem and find a solution. But the part of him that had trusted Krith, had considered him a friend and colleague, ached with a pain that defied rationality. Lyriax's gaze fell upon an ancient Selenean text on his desk, its pages filled with the wisdom of his ancestors. He traced the intricate symbols with a trembling finger, seeking guidance. "My duty is to my people," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "But at what cost?" The soft chime of his communication device startled him from his reverie. Arinaya's name flashed on the screen, and Lyriax felt a sudden, overwhelming need to see her. Without hesitation, he sent a message asking her to meet him. Minutes later, a gentle knock echoed through his quarters. Lyriax opened the door to find Arinaya standing there, her expression filled with concern. "Lyriax? What's wrong?" He ushered her inside, closing the door behind them. For a moment, he simply stood there, drinking in her presence, finding solace in the warmth of her gaze. Then, with a deep breath, he began to speak. "Arinaya, I've discovered something. About Krith. About his true intentions." Lyriax's voice wavered, uncharacteristically vulnerable. "He plans to subjugate Earth, to use its resources for our benefit. He claims it's for our survival, but I fear it's his own lust for power driving him." Arinaya's eyes widened, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch Lyriax's arm. That's horrifying. How could he even consider such a thing?" Lyriax shook his head, his eyes clouded with pain. "I trusted him, Arinaya. We all did. And now, I fear for the future of both our peoples." Arinaya's face paled, her hazel eyes darkening with shock and dismay. She sank onto the nearby chair, her fingers trembling as she pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "I can't believe it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the low hum of the lunar base's life support systems. "Krith always seemed so dedicated to your people's welfare." Lyriax paced the room, his lean frame taut with tension. "He's manipulated us all," he said, his silver eyes flashing with a mix of anger and determination. "But we can't let him succeed. We have to find a way to stop him." Arinaya stood suddenly, her face set with resolve. "We will," she said firmly, reaching out to grasp Lyriax's hand. "I'm with you, Lyriax. Whatever it takes." The warmth of her touch sent a jolt through Lyriax, and he found himself drawing strength from her unwavering support. "Thank you," he murmured, squeezing her hand gently. "We need to accelerate our research," Arinaya suggested. "If we can find a cure for the Selenean DNA degradation before Krith puts his plan into action." Lyriax nodded, his own thoughts aligning with hers. "Agreed. We'll need to work around the clock, push ourselves harder than ever before." He paused, studying her face intently. "All right, let's strategize," he said, his voice low and determined. Arinaya nodded, then moved towards the holographic display in the center of the room. "We need to gather concrete evidence of Krith's plans," she mused, her fingers dancing over the controls. "We need to understand how much time we have left." Lyriax's furrowed as he considered her suggestion. "It's risky but necessary. We'd need to be careful not to leave any digital footprints." "I might have an idea about that," Arinaya said, a hint of excitement in her voice. "What if we could manipulate Krith into revealing his plans without realizing it?" Lyriax's eyebrows rose, intrigued. "Go on," he urged, moving closer to her. As Arinaya explained her idea, Lyriax found himself marveling at her ingenuity. Her presence, her brilliance, stirred something deep within him. He realized, with a mixture of surprise and warmth, how much he had come to rely on her, to trust her. "Arinaya," he said softly, interrupting her mid-sentence. I want you to know how much I value your partnership in this, your insights, your determination. They mean more to me than I can express." Arinaya's eyes widened, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Lyriax," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I feel the same way. Working with you, fighting for this cause, it's given my life a purpose I never knew I was missing." Their eyes locked, and for a moment the weight of their shared mission, their growing bond, hung heavy in the air between them. Lyriax felt his heart racing, aware of how close they were standing, how easy it would be to bridge that final gap. Lyriax cleared his throat, reluctantly stepping back. His gaze darted to the holographic display behind Arinaya, where a real-time chart of Selenean health metrics pulsed an ominous red. The sight jolted him back to the gravity of their situation. "We're running out of time," he said, his voice taut with concern. "Look at these readings." Arinaya turned to look at the data. "It's worse than I thought," she murmured, her earlier blush fading to a pallor. Lyriax's fingers ghosted over the holographic interface. "The cellular degradation is accelerating. At this rate, we have but months, maybe just a few weeks, before reaching a point of no return." He zoomed in on a 3D model of a Selenean's genetic structure, its once pristine helixes now riddled with glowing faults. And if Krith succeeds in implementing his plan... "The turmoil will delay a cure," Arinaya finished, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyriax nodded grimly. "Not only that, but if he gains control over Earth's resources, the repercussions could span galaxies." The weight of their task settled over them like a shroud. Lyriax's shoulders tensed, his jaw clenching as he battled a surge of despair. He felt Arinaya's hand on his arm, her touch grounding him. "We won't let that happen," she said firmly, her eyes blazing with determination. "We're in this together, Lyriax." He turned to face her, struck by the fierce resolve in her expression. "To the end," he echoed, covering her hand with his own. "We'll save our people and stop Krith, but first we need to access the restricted archives in the central spire." Arinaya's brow furrowed. "But that's heavily guarded. How will we get in?" "I have an old access code from my days as a junior researcher," Lyriax explained, his voice lowering instinctively. "It might still work, but using it will alert security. We'll have minutes at most." Arinaya nodded, her mind already racing. "What exactly are we looking for?" "Ancient texts on Selenean genetic manipulation," Lyriax said, pacing the room. "I believe they hold the key to accelerating our research, but they're also dangerous in the wrong hands." "Like Krith's," Arinaya murmured. Lyriax paused, his expression darkening. "Precisely. Which is why we must act quickly." As they discussed the details of their plan, Lyriax found his thoughts drifting. He gazed at Arinaya and felt a pang of worry. "Arinaya," he said softly, interrupting their strategizing, I need you to understand the risks. If we're caught, the consequences could be severe. Your involvement with me, with this mission, it could change everything for you." Arinaya met his gaze. "I know the risks, Lyriax, and I'm here, by choice." Her words hung in the air between them, charged with unspoken emotions. Lyriax felt a surge of gratitude and affection, tinged with a fear he couldn't quite shake. Chapter 9. The sterile air of the research laboratory hung heavy with anticipation as Arinaya stepped through the sliding doors. Eyes flickering with determination, sweeping across the room, taking in the gleaming equipment and holographic displays that lined the walls. Lyriax and Dr. Elira were already there, their faces etched with the same resolute expression she felt tugging at her own features. Lyriax's tall frame was hunched over a central console, his silver eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity as he manipulated data streams with deft movements. Dr. Elira stood nearby, her petite form radiating a calm authority that belied the gravity of their situation. "We're all here," Arinaya said, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of their task, to find a cure for the disease threatening to extinguish the Selenean race, pressed down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Lyriax straightened, his gaze locking with hers. Indeed. Thank you for coming so quickly, Arinaya. His measured tone carried a hint of warmth that made her heart flutter unexpectedly. Dr. Lyra stepped forward, her gentle voice a soothing balm to Arinaya's frayed nerves. We've been awaiting your arrival. Lyriax has formulated a plan of action. Arinaya nodded, moving closer to the central console. Her fingers brushed against the cool metal, grounding her in the moment. I'm ready to hear it, she said. Lyriax cleared his throat, his lean body tensing as he assumed a leadership role that seemed to fit him like a second skin. We need to accelerate our research dramatically, he began, his words precise and clipped. I propose we funnel all available resources into analyzing the DNA samples we've collected. As he spoke, holographic representations of DNA strands materialized above the console, rotating slowly. Arinaya found her gaze drawn to the mesmerizing display, her mind racing with questions and possibilities. Additionally, Lyriax continued, his silver eyes flickering between Arinaya and Dr. Lyra. We must ramp up our experimentation efforts to find a cure. Time is not on our side. Arinaya's heart raced at the implications of his words. The fate of an entire race rested on their shoulders. She swallowed hard, pushing down the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. What exactly do you need from me? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Dr. Lyra stepped closer, her green eyes radiating empathy. Your unique perspective as both human and someone intimately connected to our cause will be invaluable, Arinaya. Lyriax nodded in agreement. Your DNA signature could be the key to unlocking the mysteries of this disease. Are you ready? Arinaya took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their expectations settle on her shoulders. She thought of the Seleneans, of Lyriax and his unwavering dedication, of the chance to make a difference on a cosmic scale. With a slight nod, she met Lyriax's gaze. I'm ready. Whatever it takes, I'm in. As the words left her lips, Arinaya felt a surge of determination course through her veins. Lyriax's silver eyes gleamed with newfound intensity as he turned back to the holographic display, his long fingers dancing across the interface. Streams of genetic data cascaded before him, a dizzying array of nucleotide sequences and molecular structures. There's something here, he murmured, more to himself than the others. A pattern in the deterioration. It's subtle, but unmistakable. Arinaya watched, mesmerized by the fluid grace of his movements. She marveled at how his stoic demeanor melted away when engrossed in his work, replaced by an almost childlike wonder. What do you see? She asked, stepping closer to peer at the swirling data. Lyriax's brow furrowed in concentration. It's as if the disease is targeting specific gene sequences. But why these particular ones? Meanwhile, Dr. Lyra had retreated to her workstation, surrounded by an array of vials and sophisticated equipment. Her delicate features were set in a mask of determination as she carefully measured out various compounds. I believe I may have a promising combination, Dr. Lyra announced, her soft voice carrying an undercurrent of excitement. A fusion of Selenean enzymes and a modified Earth protein. In theory, it could stabilize the affected DNA sequences. Lyriax looked up from his analysis, a flicker of hope crossing his face. Brilliant, Lyra. If we can halt the progression, even temporarily, it would buy us crucial time. Arinaya felt a surge of admiration for her companions. Their dedication was palpable, filling the air with an electric sense of possibility. She couldn't help but wonder, though, what personal toll this relentless pursuit was taking on them. How long have you both been at this? She asked gently. When was the last time you took a break? Dr. Lyra's green eyes softened as she met Arinaya's gaze. Time becomes fluid when the stakes are this high. But your concern is appreciated, truly. Lyriax nodded, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. We'll rest when we've made a breakthrough. For now, every moment counts. Dr. Lyra's brow furrowed as she studied the preliminary results on her screen. She turned to Arinaya, her voice gentle, yet tinged with urgency. Arinaya, I believe we need your assistance. Would you be willing to provide blood and egg samples? Your unique genetic makeup could provide the data we're missing. Arinaya's heart quickened, a mix of apprehension and determination washing over her. She glanced at Lyriax, noting the intensity in his silver eyes. Of course, she replied, her voice steady despite her nerves. Whatever it takes to help. As Dr. Alira prepared the necessary equipment, Arinaya's mind raced. What if her DNA held the answer? What if it didn't? Lyriax approached, his presence both comforting and electrifying. Are you certain about this? He asked softly, his usual scientific detachment giving way to concern. Arinaya nodded, meeting his gaze. I am. That's why I am here, isn't it? As the hours ticked by, the atmosphere in the lab grew increasingly tense. Arinaya watched as Lyriax and Dr. Alira pored over the new data, their faces etched with concentration. She could sense their frustration mounting with each setback, each dead end. It's not aligning as we'd hoped, Lyriax muttered, running a hand through his hair. The genetic markers are resisting integration. Dr. Alira's usually soothing voice held a note of strain. Perhaps if we adjust the enzyme ratios. Arinaya, could you pass me that vial? Arinaya complied, her movements careful in the cluttered lab. She couldn't shake the feeling of helplessness. Is there anything else I can do? She asked, desperate to contribute more. Lyriax looked up, his silver eyes meeting hers. Your presence alone is invaluable, Arinaya. Your willingness to be here, to offer yourself for our research. It means everything. His words warmed her, even as worry gnawed at her insides. They couldn't give up. They wouldn't. As the night deepened, Arinaya silently vowed to see this through, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Lyriax's eyes widened, his posture straightening as he leaned closer to the holographic display. Wait, this can't be, he murmured, fingers flying over the data streams. Arinaya's heart quickened. What is it? She asked, moving to his side. Lyriax's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. There's a pattern here, in the genetic markers. It's subtle, but I think I've found a correlation between these sequences and the disease progression. Dr. Alira hurried over, her green eyes alight with curiosity. Show me, she urged, scanning the display intently. As Lyriax explained his discovery, Arinaya watched their faces, hope blooming in her chest. She may not have understood all the scientific jargon, but she recognized the shift in energy, the spark of possibility igniting in the room. This could be it, Lyriax breathed, his usually measured tone tinged with awe. The key we've been searching for. Dr. Alira's was deep in concentration, her nimble mind already racing ahead. If we could somehow... Yes, I think I see where you're going with this, Lyriax. She turned to Arinaya, eyes shining. Your DNA might be more crucial than we initially thought. Arinaya swallowed hard, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through her. How so? Dr. Alira's voice took on a thoughtful cadence. What if we don't just study your DNA separately? What if we attempt to combine it with Selenean genetics? The fusion could potentially halt the disease's progression. Lyriax nodded slowly, his gaze intense. It's risky, but it might be our best chance. Arinaya's mind whirled with the implications. She looked between her two companions, feeling the weight of their hope and determination. I will do what I must, she said softly, her resolve strengthening. Arinaya took a deep breath, her hazel eyes shifting to a steely green. I'll do it, she declared, her voice steady despite the flutter in her stomach. I volunteer to be the first test subject. Lyriax's eyes widened, a mix of admiration and concern etched on his face. Arinaya, there are risks. She cut him off with a gentle smile. I understand, Lyriax, but if there's even a chance this could save your people, our people, she corrected herself, then it's worth it. Dr. Alira nodded solemnly. Your bravery is commendable, Arinaya. We'll take every precaution to ensure your safety." As the team began preparing for the procedure, Arinaya's mind spinned. She thought of her life on Earth, how she'd always felt different, out of place. Now, standing in this alien laboratory, she felt a sense of purpose she'd never known before. Lyriax approached, holding a vial of iridescent liquid. "This contains the modified Selenean DNA," he explained, his voice softer than usual. "Are you ready?" Arinaya nodded, extending her arm. As Lyriax carefully administered the treatment, she focused on his face, finding comfort in his familiar features. The liquid felt cool as it entered her bloodstream, and she wondered if she imagined the tingling sensation that followed. "Now we wait," Dr. Alinah said, her eyes fixed on the monitors. "Arinaya, please let us know if you feel any discomfort or unusual sensations." As the minutes ticked by, Arinaya lay still, hyper-aware of every twitch and pulse in her body. Was that her heart beating faster, or just her imagination? She closed her eyes, trying to center herself. "How do you feel?" Lyriax asked, his hand hovering near hers, as if unsure whether to offer comfort. Arinaya opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. "I feel different," she admitted. But not in a bad way. It's hard to describe. Dr. Alinah leaned in, studying the readouts. "Your vitals are stable, but there are some interesting changes occurring at the cellular level. It's too soon to draw conclusions, but this is promising." As the team continued to monitor her closely, Arinaya allowed herself a small smile. Whatever the outcome, she knew she was exactly where she needed to be. Hours passed, each moment stretching into an eternity as Arinaya lay motionless on the examination table. The soft beeping of monitors and the occasional whispered exchange between Lyriax and Dr. Alinah were the only sounds breaking the tense silence. Arinaya was anxious, despite her outward calm. What if the treatment failed? Or worse, what if it harmed her in some unforeseen way? She pushed the thoughts aside, focusing instead on the greater purpose behind her sacrifice. And just like that, Arinaya felt a strange warmth spreading through her body. Was it the treatment taking effect? Or simply her growing connection to this alien race? Dr. Alinah's sharp intake of breath interrupted the moment. "There's a change in the readings," she announced, her fingers flying over the control panel. "Arinaya, how do you feel?" "I'm not sure," Arinaya replied. "There's a tingling sensation, but it's fading now." The next few minutes were a flurry of activity as Dr. Alinah and Lyriax ran tests, their expressions growing more perplexed with each result. Finally, Dr. Alinah stepped back, her shoulders slumping. "The results are inconclusive," she said, her voice heavy with disappointment. "There are changes, yes, but nothing definitive enough to indicate success or failure." Arinaya's heart sank. She had hoped, perhaps naively, that her sacrifice would provide the breakthrough they needed. "What does this mean for the research?" she asked, sitting up slowly. Lyriax's hand found hers, offering silent support. "It means we keep trying," he said, his determination unwavering. "This setback doesn't diminish the value of what you've done, Arinaya. Every piece of data brings us closer to a solution." As Arinaya nodded, accepting his words, she couldn't help but wonder what the next step would be in their desperate race against time. Dr. Alinah paced the lab, her delicate features etched with concentration. Suddenly, she halted, her green eyes widening with a spark of inspiration. "I have an idea," she announced, her voice trembling with excitement and a hint of trepidation. Lyriax turned to her, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What is it, Doctor?" Dr. Alinah took a deep breath, her gaze flitting between Lyriax and Arinaya. "The process of DNA mixing. We could potentially accelerate it through natural means." She paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. By having Arinaya impregnated by a Selenean man. Arinaya's heart skipped a beat, her mind reeling at the implications. She glanced at Lyriax, noticing the subtle tension in his jaw. The air in the lab suddenly felt thick with unspoken emotions. "You mean," Arinaya began, her voice trailing off as she struggled to find the right words. Dr. Alira nodded, her tone gentle but firm. "A pregnancy would provide us with a unique opportunity to study the blending of human and Selenean DNA in real time. It could be the key to unlocking the cure we seek." Lyriax cleared his throat, his usual measured tone tinged with uncertainty. "And who would be the donor in this scenario?" Arinaya's breath caught in her throat as she realized the implications. She found herself staring at Lyriax, a mix of emotions swirling within her: curiosity, apprehension, and something else she wasn't quite ready to name. "I believe you would be the most suitable candidate, Lyriax," Dr. Alira replied, her voice soft but resolute. "Your genetic makeup and your role in this research make you the ideal choice." Arinaya's mind raced. The idea was scientifically sound, but the personal implications were staggering. She and Lyriax had grown close during their time together. But this was something entirely different. I need a moment," Arinaya murmured, her legs feeling unsteady as she stood. She made her way to the far corner of the lab, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Could she do this? Should she do this? The personal sacrifice seemed immense. And yet, as she glanced back at Lyriax, she felt a flutter in her chest that had nothing to do with scientific curiosity. Chapter 10. Arinaya's heart thundered in her chest as she stood before the sleek metallic door to Lyriax's quarters. The soft hum of the ship's engines seemed to pulse in time with her racing pulse. She took a deep breath, steadying herself before pressing her palm to the biometric scanner. The door slid open with a whisper, revealing Lyriax's tall, lean figure silhouetted against the starfield, visible through the panoramic viewport. He turned, his eyes seeming to glow in the dim light, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Arinaya," he said, his measured voice tinged with affection. "I'm glad you came." She stepped inside, the door closing behind her with a soft hiss. I wasn't sure if I should," she admitted, her hazel eyes flicking nervously around the room. Lyriax crossed the space between them in a few long strides, taking her hand in his. His touch was warm, comforting. "I understand your hesitation," he said softly. "This isn't a decision to be made lightly." Arinaya's gaze met his, searching those mesmerizing silver depths. "But it's necessary, isn't it? For the mission?" Lyriax nodded, his expression growing serious. "Yes, but that doesn't mean it should be a cold clinical process." He gently tugged her hand, leading her towards a plush seating area. "Come, let's talk about it." As they settled onto the curved sofa, Arinaya couldn't help but marvel at the juxtaposition of advanced technology and comfortable domesticity in Lyriax's quarters. It was so like him, brilliant scientist and compassionate soul. "Dr. Alira's suggestion," Lyriax began, his voice taking on the slightly technical tone he often used when discussing his work. "To approach this naturally is sound from a scientific standpoint. But the emotional connection between partners can have a significant impact on genetic compatibility and—" He trailed off, noticing Arinaya's wide-eyed expression. Arinaya's mind whirled. She'd known this was coming, had agreed to it even. But now that the moment was here, 1,000 doubts assailed her. What if she wasn't compatible? What if she disappointed him? What if— Arinaya. Lyriax's gentle voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. "We don't have to do this if you're not comfortable." She shook her head. "No, it's not that. I want to help. I want this. With you." The admission sent a flush creeping up her cheeks. "I'm just nervous, I suppose." Lyriax's expression softened, his thumb tracing soothing circles on the back of her hand. "As am I," he confessed, a hint of vulnerability creeping into his usually confident demeanor. "This isn't just about the mission for me, Arinaya. You've come to mean so much more. Arinaya's breath caught in her throat. She leaned in, drawn by an invisible force, her lips mere inches from his. Lyriax, The sudden blare of an alarm shattered the moment, causing them both to jump. Lyriax's expression hardened as he stood, moving swiftly to the computer terminal embedded in the wall. "What is it?" Arinaya asked, her heart racing for an entirely different reason now. Lyriax's fingers flew over the holographic interface, his brow furrowed in concentration. "It's Krith," he said, his voice tight. "He's made his move." As tension filled the air, a soft knock at the door interrupted their rising panic. Dr. Alira entered, her petite form exuding an aura of calm that immediately eased the palpable anxiety in the room. "I hope I'm not intruding," she said, her green eyes taking in the scene before her. "Is everything all right?" Lyriax's silver eyes met Arinaya's, a silent conversation passing between them. He nodded almost imperceptibly before turning to Dr. Soren. "We're fine, Doctor. Just a minor alert." Arinaya marveled at his composure, wondering how he could set aside such potentially dire news. But as Dr. Soren settled into a nearby chair, she realized the gravity of their current task. "I'm here to guide you through the mating procedure," Dr. Soren began, her voice gentle, yet authoritative. "It's crucial that you understand the importance of your emotional connection in this process." Arinaya's fingers intertwined with Lyriax's, seeking comfort. "How so, Doctor?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Soren leaned forward, her gaze intense. "The Selenean DNA responds to deep emotional bonds. Your trust, your affection, your love. These elements are as vital as the physical act itself." Lyriax squeezed Arinaya's hand, his touch sending a shiver down her spine. "We understand," he said, his voice low and filled with meaning. As Dr. Soren continued explaining the intricacies of the procedure, Arinaya found her mind wandering. She glanced at Lyriax, taking in his strong profile, the determined set of his jaw. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a world of unspoken emotions passed between them. Arinaya's heart fluttered as she gazed into Lyriax's silver eyes, her voice softening. "I've been wondering, what was it like growing up on Selene?" she asked, her fingers tracing patterns on his palm. Lyriax's expression softened, a vulnerability creeping into his usually stoic demeanor. "It was lonely," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. The weight of expectation, the constant pressure to excel, it left little room for genuine connections. Arinaya's heart ached for him. She found herself sharing her own insecurities. "On Earth, I often felt like an outsider, too curious, too eager to explore the unknown. I never quite fit in." As they continued to open up, Dr. Alira observed silently, her green eyes filled with understanding. She leaned forward, her voice gentle. "Your shared experiences of isolation are important. They've shaped who you are and brought you together. Explore that connection." Lyriax nodded, his gaze never leaving Arinaya's. "I've always dreamed of making a difference, of leaving a legacy," he confessed. "But now with you, I'm beginning to see that true legacy lies in the bonds we form." Arinaya felt a warmth spread through her chest. "And I've always craved adventure," she whispered. "But I'm realizing that the greatest adventure is right here, with you." Dr. Alira smiled encouragingly. "That's excellent. Your emotional resonance is crucial for the procedure's success. Continue to explore these feelings. Let them guide you." As they delved deeper into their fears and hopes, Arinaya marveled at the intimacy of the moment, feeling both exposed and completely safe in Lyriax's presence. Lyriax's silver eyes seemed to glow with intensity as he gazed at Arinaya. His hand, resting on the arm of his chair, inched closer to hers. "Your curiosity, your drive to understand the unknown, it's one of the things I admire most about you," he murmured, his voice low and rich. Arinaya felt a shiver course through her body at his words and the nearness of his touch. She found herself leaning in, drawn by an invisible force. "And your dedication, your passion for your work. It's inspiring, she breathed, her eyes locked with his. Their fingers intertwined, the contact sending a jolt of electricity through them both. Arinaya's heart raced, her thoughts a whirlwind of desire and anticipation. Is this how it feels to truly connect with someone? She wondered, marveling at the intensity of her emotions. Lyriax's thumb traced gentle circles on her arm, his touch both soothing and electrifying. Arinaya, he whispered, his voice husky with emotion. I never expected to find someone who understands me so completely. She nodded, words failing her as the air between them seemed to crackle with energy. Slowly, inexorably, they gravitated towards each other, the space between them diminishing with each passing second. Arinaya's breath caught in her throat as Lyriax's free hand cupped her cheek, his touch featherlight yet burning with passion. Time seemed to slow as their lips met, soft and tentative at first, then with growing fervor. As their kiss deepened, Arinaya's world narrowed to the sensations overwhelming her. The warmth of Lyriax's body against hers, the gentle pressure of his hands, the taste of his lips, all of it consumed her thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. Lyriax, she gasped, breaking away for a moment to catch her breath. Her fingers tangled in his hair, marveling at its silky texture. I never knew it could be like this. He smiled, his silver eyes glowing with an intensity that made her heart skip a beat. Neither did I, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. You've awakened something in me, Arinaya, something I thought long dormant. As they came together again, their bodies moving in perfect synchronicity, Arinaya felt a surge of emotion that threatened to overwhelm her. This is more than just physical attraction, she realized. This is cosmic. Their whispered endearments and soft moans filled the air, creating a symphony of passion and tenderness. Lyriax's hands traced the curves of her body with reverence, as if mapping uncharted territory. Time seemed to lose all meaning as they explored each other, their connection deepening with every touch, every kiss. Arinaya felt as if she were floating among the stars, tethered only by Lyriax's embrace. In the back of her mind, she knew the importance of their mission, the weight of responsibility they carried. But in this moment, as their bodies and souls intertwined, that urgency merged with their passion, creating something transcendent. As their passion intensified, Arinaya became vaguely aware of a subtle shift in the room. Through half-lidded ease, she caught a glimpse of Dr. Ellera's retreating form, the scientist's footsteps nearly silent as she slipped out the door. She's giving us privacy, Lyriax murmured against Arinaya's neck, his breath sending shivers down her spine. Arinaya nodded, grateful for the doctor's discretion. Good, she whispered, pulling Lyriax closer. I want this moment to be just ours. Their movements became more urgent, more focused. Arinaya felt as if every nerve ending in her body was on fire, hyper-aware of Lyriax's every touch. His silver eyes locked onto hers, filled with a mixture of tenderness and raw desire that took her breath away. Arinaya, he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. I never imagined I could feel this way about anyone, let alone someone from another world. She cupped his face in her hands, her thumbs tracing the sharp angles of his cheekbones. We're not so different, you and I, she said softly. In this moment, it's like we're made of the same stardust. As their passion crested, Arinaya felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, as if the very essence of the universe was flowing between them. She clung to Lyriax, her nails digging into his back as waves of pleasure washed over her. Oh, stars, she gasped, her body arching against his. The intensity of their connection was almost too much to bear, transcending the physical and touching something deep within her soul. As the crescendo of their passion subsided, Arinaya found herself still entangled with Lyriax, their limbs intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat against her chest anchored her to the present moment, a soothing counterpoint to the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Lyriax's fingers traced lazy patterns along her spine, sending pleasant shivers through her body. Are you all right? he murmured, his breath warm against her ear. Arinaya nodded, nestling closer to him. More than all right, she whispered. I feel complete. She marveled at the truth of her words, realizing that the emptiness she'd carried for so long had been filled by this extraordinary connection. Lyriax pulled back slightly, his silver eyes searching hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. As do I, he admitted, a rare vulnerability softening his features. I've dedicated my life to science, to finding solutions for my people, but what we share, it's beyond any equation or theory I've ever studied. A soft laugh escaped Arinaya's lips. Who would have thought that the key to saving your species would involve something so primal? She ran her fingers through his hair, relishing the silky texture. Indeed, Lyriax chuckled in agreement, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. Perhaps there's wisdom in our ancient texts that I've overlooked. The power of connection, of union. It's not something that can be replicated in a laboratory. Arinaya's mind drifted to the enormity of their mission, the weight of expectation settling on her shoulders once more. Do you think it worked? She asked hesitantly. The mating procedure, I mean. Lyriax's expression grew thoughtful. Soon we'll know, he said, his hand coming to rest protectively over her abdomen. But I have faith in us, in what we've created here. Whatever the outcome, know that my commitment to you extends far beyond this mission. His words warmed her heart, chasing away the lingering doubts. Arinaya leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to his lips. As does mine, she whispered against his mouth. Chapter 11. Xandros Caladan stood at the head of the crystalline table, his silver hair reflecting the soft bioluminescent glow of the council chamber. He gazed at the assembled Selenean leaders, their faces etched with worry and fatigue. The weight of their impending extinction pressed heavily upon them all. My esteemed colleagues, Xandros began, his measured voice carrying across the room, we stand at the precipice of our civilization's twilight. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle. Our genetic deterioration accelerates with each passing cycle. Unity is no longer a luxury, but a necessity for our survival. As he spoke, Xandros observed the subtle shifts in posture and expression among the council members. Some leaned forward, eager for solutions, while others sat back, skepticism evident in their narrowed eyes. How do I bridge these divides? Xandros wondered, his mind racing through potential strategies. Our very existence hangs in the balance, yet old grudges persist. I implore you all, he continued, his voice taking on a more impassioned tone, to set aside our long-standing differences. Like the celestial bodies we once called home, we must align our orbits for the greater good of our people. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Xandros could sense the tension, thick as the atmosphere of a gas giant. High Counselor Caladan, interjected Naira, leader of the scientific faction, her emerald eyes flashing with frustration. How can we focus on unity when resources for crucial research are constantly diverted to military endeavors? Xandros turned to face her, his expression serene despite the challenge. Your concerns are valid, Naira. Our survival depends on both scientific advancement and security. Perhaps we can find a middle ground? He gestured to Kale, the gruff military commander who had been bristling at Naira's words. Commander, what if we integrated more scientists into our defense projects? Their expertise could lead to more efficient resource allocation. Kale's brow furrowed as he considered the proposal. It could work, but I won't compromise on the safety of our people. Of course not, Xandros agreed, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Safety and progress need not be mutually exclusive. As the discussion continued, Xandros moved among the factions, listening intently to their grievances and suggestions. He felt the familiar tug of responsibility, the lives of millions resting on his ability to forge compromise. Like coaxing harmony from discordant stars, he mused, drawing on his love for celestial metaphors. The agrarian collective feels overlooked, declared Era, her voice tinged with resentment. Our sustainable farming methods could be key to our long-term survival. Xandros nodded thoughtfully. Your wisdom of nurturing life from barren soil is invaluable, Era. Perhaps we can integrate your techniques into our biodome designs? As the meeting progressed, Xandros carefully wove together the threads of each faction's concerns, creating a tapestry of potential cooperation. It was delicate work, requiring all of his diplomatic finesse and centuries of experience. My friends, he said finally, his voice resonating with quiet authority. Our path forward is clear. Only through collaboration can we hope to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Let us be remembered, not as the generation that faltered, but as the one that united to ensure the continuity of our species. As the council members filed out, their faces bore looks of cautious optimism. Xandros remained behind, gazing out at the star-studded expanse visible through the chamber's dome. A small step, he thought, but a crucial one. May the wisdom of our ancestors guide us through the trials to come. Xandros's contemplative moment was interrupted by the soft hiss of the chamber doors. He turned, his piercing blue eyes narrowing as Krith Valeris glided into the room, exuding an aura of calculated charm. Krith, Xandros said, his voice measured. I believe we have matters to discuss. Krith bowed slightly, a practiced smile playing on his lips. Of course, Xandros. I'm always at your service. Xandros took a deep breath, steeling himself for the confrontation. Your recent actions have not gone unnoticed, Krith. The whispers of dissent, the subtle manipulations. Did you think I wouldn't see through your machinations? Krith's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. I'm not sure I understand your meaning, esteemed leader. My efforts have always been for the good of our people. Have they? Xandros challenged, his voice carrying a weight of disappointment. Or have they been for your own ambitions? Your hidden agenda threatens to fracture our society at a time when unity is paramount. Krith's dark eyes flashed with a mix of defiance and calculation. Unity achieved through blind obedience is no unity at all, Xandros. Our people deserve a choice in their future. Xandros felt a pang of sadness at the ideology clash before him. Choice is valuable, Krith, but not at the cost of our very existence. Your actions could lead us down a path of no return. As they continued their verbal sparring, Xandros couldn't help but reflect on the complexity of leadership. How thin the line between guidance and control, between unity and oppression. The tension in the room was palpable as Xandros delivered his final warning. Consider carefully your next moves, Krith. The consequences of further division could be dire for us all, especially for you. Xandros stood at the window of his private chamber, his eyes scanning the lunar landscape. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders as he awaited the arrival of Arinaya and Lyriax. A soft chime announced their presence, and he turned to greet them. Thank you for coming, Xandros said, his voice carrying a mix of warmth and concern. The situation grows more precarious by the day. Arinaya's hazel eyes flickered with curiosity. We've noticed the tension, Xandros. What can we do to help? Lyriax nodded, his silver eyes reflecting the determination that drove his scientific pursuits. Our people are on edge. It's affecting our work, our focus. Xandros sighed, his regal posture softening slightly. I value your insights. How do you think we can address this growing anxiety without compromising our mission? As they discussed potential solutions, Xandros found himself drawn to Arinaya's thoughtful questions and Lyriax's measured responses. Their perspectives, shaped by their unique experiences, offered fresh angles he hadn't considered. Their bond is growing stronger, Xandros mused, watching the subtle interplay between Arinaya and Lyriax. Perhaps that connection will be key to our survival. Their peaceful discussion was abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside. Xandros's expression hardened as he recognized Krith's voice among the clamor. It seems our time for private counsel has ended, Xandros said, his tone shifting from contemplative to resolute. Shall we face this challenge head-on? As they stepped out onto the public forum, Xandros's eyes locked with Krith's. The air crackled with tension as Xandros prepared to confront his adversary once more, this time before their people. Krith Valaris, Xandros's voice boomed across the gathering, silencing the murmurs. Your machinations end here. No longer will you sow discord among our people with your hidden agenda. Krith's face contorted with a mix of shock and defiance. You dare accuse me of— I dare to speak the truth, Xandros interrupted, his words sharp and clear. Your ambition threatens to tear apart the very fabric of our society. In our hour of need, you choose division over unity. The crowd gasped, the tension palpable as Xandros continued his public denouncement. This is a turning point, he thought. For better or worse, our path forward begins here. The tension in the air lingered like a heavy mist as Xandros led Lyriax, Arinaya, and Dr. Alira into the research chamber. The soft hum of advanced machinery provided a backdrop to their hushed voices. Xandros's piercing blue eyes swept over the holographic displays, his silver hair catching the ghostly light. What progress have we made? He asked, his measured tone betraying a hint of urgency. Lyriax stepped forward, his silver eyes glowing with determination. We've isolated the degrading gene sequences, he explained, gesturing to a complex molecular model rotating before them. But the challenge lies in stabilizing the repair process. Dr. Alira's gentle voice chimed in. We're close, Xandros, closer than we've ever been. Arinaya, her hazel eyes flickering with curiosity, asked, What's the probability of success? A heavy silence fell as Lyriax and Dr. Alira exchanged glances. Xandros felt the weight of their unspoken concerns. Our entire future hangs in the balance, he thought. Taking a deep breath, Xandros addressed the group, his voice carrying the gravity of their situation. My friends, we stand at the precipice of our people's destiny. Our shared values, unity, perseverance, compassion, have brought us this far. Now, more than ever, we must hold fast to these ideals. His gaze swept over each of them, noting the mixture of hope and apprehension in their eyes. Our collective survival depends not just on the success of our research, but on our unwavering determination. We are more than the sum of our DNA. We are the legacy of generations, the custodians of our culture, the architects of our future. As Xandros spoke, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, his words igniting a spark of renewed purpose in the room. Together, we will overcome this challenge. We will rewrite our genetic destiny and ensure the continuation of our people. The air in the chamber seemed to vibrate with a newfound resolve. Lyriax straightened, his eyes shining with reinvigorated determination. Arinaya's lips curved into a small, hopeful smile, while Dr. Alira nodded solemnly, her compassionate gaze reflecting their shared commitment. Chapter 12. The soft chime of the holographic communicator shattered the contemplative silence of Lyriax's quarters. Dr. Alira Soren's ethereal visage materialized before him, her green eyes shimmering with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Lyriax, she began, her melodious voice tinged with urgency. It's time. The first test to determine the progress of the DNA restoration is ready. Please meet me in the laboratory within the hour, and bring Arinaya with you. Lyriax's silver eyes widened, his heart quickening. We'll be there, Dr. Soren. Thank you. As the hologram dissipated, Lyriax inhaled deeply, steadying himself. This moment, fraught with possibility and peril, could change everything. He strode to Arinaya's quarters, his lean frame taut with anticipation. Arinaya answered his gentle knock, her hazel eyes instantly locking with his. It's time, isn't it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyriax nodded, allowing a small smile to grace his features. Dr. Soren is ready for us, shall we? As they made their way through the winding corridors of the lunar base, Lyriax couldn't help but marvel at how seamlessly Arinaya had integrated into their world. Her auburn hair caught the soft, artificial light, creating a halo effect that made her seem almost otherworldly. Their footsteps echoed in the sterile hallways, the rhythmic sound punctuated by the occasional hiss of an airlock or the distant hum of machinery. Lyriax's thoughts in turmoil. What if the test showed no progress? What if their efforts had been in vain? He pushed the doubts aside, focusing instead on the warmth of Arinaya's presence beside him. "Are you nervous?" Arinaya asked, breaking the silence. Lyriax considered her question carefully before responding. "I am cautiously optimistic. This could make it or break it for the future of the Seleneans, so I'm trying not to let my hopes soar too high." Arinaya nodded, her brow furrowing slightly. "I understand. It's a delicate balance between hope and realism." They exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of the moment passing between them. Lyriax felt a wave of gratitude for Arinaya's presence, her unwavering support a balm to his anxieties. As they approached the laboratory, Lyriax's pace slowed. He turned to Arinaya, his silver eyes intense. "Whatever the outcome, I want you to know how much your contribution means to me." Arinaya's eyes softened, a gentle smile playing at her lips. "We're in this together, Lyriax, no matter what." With a deep breath, Lyriax squared his shoulders and pressed his palm to the lab's access panel. As the doors slid open with a soft hiss, he and Arinaya stepped forward, ready to face whatever the test results might reveal. The laboratory doors parted, revealing a scene that took Arinaya's breath away. Sleek, futuristic equipment lined the walls, their polished surfaces gleaming under the harsh white lights. Holographic displays hovered in midair, intricate strands of DNA rotating slowly, their complexity both beautiful and daunting. In the center of it all stood Dr. Arinah, her petite form dwarfed by the magnitude of her surroundings, yet commanding in her presence. Lyriax's heart raced as he took in the sight. This is it, he thought. The moment that could change everything. Dr. Arinah looked up from her work, her green eyes warm with recognition. "Lyriax, Arinaya, welcome," she said, her voice carrying a soothing quality that immediately put Lyriax at ease. "I'm glad you're here. We have much to discuss." As they approached, Lyriax couldn't help but marvel at the intricate data scrolling across the nearest monitor. His scientific mind itched to decipher its meaning, but he held back, knowing Dr. Arinah would explain everything in due time. "This equipment, it's unlike anything I've ever seen," Arinaya breathed, her hazel eyes wide with wonder. Dr. Arinah smiled, a hint of pride in her expression. "It's state-of-the-art technology, designed specifically for our unique needs," she explained. "Now, let me walk you through the procedure we'll be conducting today." As Dr. Arinah began her explanation, Lyriax found himself hanging on her every word, his mind spinning, piecing together the implications of each step she outlined. This isn't just a test, he realized. It's the first real step towards saving our people. "The purpose of this test," Dr. Arinah continued, her tone both gentle and authoritative, "is to determine the effectiveness of our initial DNA restoration attempts. We'll be looking for signs of stabilization in the genetic structure, as well as any indications of cellular regeneration." Lyriax nodded, his brow furrowing in concentration. "And the preliminary results? What can we expect to learn from them?" Dr. Arinah's expression softened. "The preliminary results will give us a crucial baseline. They'll show us if we're on the right track or if we need to adjust our approach. But I want to assure you both," she added, her gaze moving between Lyriax and Arinaya, "that regardless of the outcome, your hybrid baby is a vital step towards finding a cure for the Selenean DNA deterioration." Lyriax felt a surge of emotion at her words. Hope, fear, and determination warred within him. He glanced at Arinaya, finding strength in her steady presence. "We're ready," Lyriax said, his voice steady despite the turmoil of his emotions. "What's our next step, Dr. Arinah?" Lyriax's heart thundered in his chest as he took his position beside Arinaya. The sterile laboratory seemed to close in around them, the hum of advanced equipment a constant reminder of the gravity of their situation. Petite Dr. Arinah moved with practiced grace as she approached, her emerald eyes radiating a calming influence that belied the tension in the air. "Extend your arm, please," Dr. Arinah instructed softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyriax complied, rolling up his sleeve. As the cool antiseptic swab touched his skin, he locked eyes with Arinaya. Her hazel gaze, flickering with shades of green and gold, anchored him in the moment. "You may feel a slight pinch," Dr. Elira warned, her tone soothing. The needle slid into Lyriax's vein with precision. He barely flinched, his focus entirely on Arinaya's face. Her serene expression caught the harsh laboratory lights, creating a halo effect that made his breath catch. "Are you all right?" Arinaya asked, her voice laced with concern. Lyriax managed a small smile. "I'm fine, just hopeful." As Dr. Elira moved to extract Arinaya's sample, Lyriax found himself marveling at the bond between them. It was more than just emotional. It was the key to their people's survival. The weight of their ancestors' expectations pressed down on him, but Arinaya's presence made it bearable. "You're both doing wonderfully," Dr. Elira murmured, her movements fluid as she began analyzing the samples. Lyriax watched intently, his scientific curiosity warring with his anxiety. Each beep of the machines, each flicker of data on the screens, could be the difference between salvation and extinction for the Seleneans. Arinaya's fingers brushed against his, a silent gesture of support. Lyriax intertwined their hands, drawing strength from her touch. Their eyes met again, a wordless conversation passing between them. "We can do this," Lyriax thought, squeezing Arinaya's hand gently. Dr. Elira's voice broke through their shared reverie. "Now, as I analyze these samples, I'll explain each step. It's crucial you both understand the intricacies of this process." Lyriax leaned forward, his silver eyes gleaming with intense focus. He watched as Dr. Elira manipulated holographic displays, her small form dwarfed by the towering equipment. "Here," she pointed to a swirling double helix. "We can see the unique markers of Selenean DNA. Notice the slight instability in these regions." Arinaya's brow furrowed. "Is that where the deterioration is occurring?" "Precisely," Dr. Elira nodded, her green eyes reflecting the data streams. "Your Earth DNA, Arinaya, shows remarkable compatibility in these areas. It's as if—" She trailed off, lost in thought. Lyriax felt a surge of hope, tempered by caution. He glanced at Arinaya, noting the mix of curiosity and apprehension on her face. "As if what, Doctor?" Lyriax prompted, his voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Elira shook her head, refocusing. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need more data." The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, Lyriax's anxiety burning his heart and soul. He found himself stealing glances at Arinaya, marveling at her strength and adaptability. "How are you holding up?" he murmured, squeezing her hand gently. Arinaya offered a nervous smile. "I'm okay. It's just a lot to process. The fate of an entire race." "I know," Lyriax nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "But if anyone can help us, it's you." Their eyes locked, a world of unspoken feelings passing between them. Lyriax felt his heart swell with a mixture of love, gratitude, and fierce protectiveness. At that moment, he silently vowed to stand by Arinaya's side. Dr. Elira's soft voice cut through the tension, drawing their attention back to the monitors. "I have the preliminary results," she announced, her tone measured but tinged with unmistakable excitement. Lyriax felt his pulse quicken. He leaned forward, silver eyes fixed on the doctor's face. Beside him, Arinaya held her breath, her fingers unconsciously tightening around his. "While we need more time and extensive research," Dr. Elira continued, her green eyes sparkling, "the initial findings are promising. Your individual samples compared with the babies are already showing small signs of DNA restoration in key areas affected by the deterioration." A wave of relief washed over Lyriax, so intense it left him momentarily lightheaded. He turned to Arinaya, finding his own emotions mirrored in her radiant expression. "Does this mean—" Arinaya began, her voice quavering with hope. Dr. Elira nodded, a rare smile gracing her features. "It means we're on the right track. Your Earth DNA is showing remarkable compatibility with the Selenean genome." Lyriax felt a laugh bubble up from deep within him, a sound of pure joy and release. Without thinking, he pulled Arinaya into an embrace, their foreheads touching as they shared this moment of triumph. "We did it," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "We're one step closer to saving our people." Arinaya's hazel eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "We're just getting started," she murmured back, her smile brilliant. As they stood there, locked in their shared understanding of this monumental breakthrough, Lyriax felt a surge of love for this remarkable woman he could only find on Earth. Dr. Alira cleared her throat softly, gently interrupting their moment. "While this is indeed cause for celebration," she said, her tone measured and calm, "we must remember that our work is far from complete." Lyriax reluctantly stepped back from Arinaya, his silver eyes refocusing on the petite doctor. He nodded, his scientific mind already racing ahead to the next steps. "Of course," he agreed, his voice returning to its usual thoughtful cadence. "What do you recommend, Doctor?" Alira's delicate features took on a more serious expression as she moved towards one of the lab's holographic displays. With a wave of her hand, she brought up a complex series of genetic markers. "We need to further the research with more data," she explained, her gentle yet authoritative voice filling the room. "These preliminary results are promising, but we must ensure their accuracy and reproducibility." Arinaya stepped closer to the display. "What kind of data are we looking at?" she asked, her natural curiosity evident in her tone. As Dr. Alira began to explain the intricacies of the genetic markers, Arinaya felt a swell of pride rise within her. She might not understand every scientific term, but she knew that her contribution, her very DNA, was playing a crucial role in this groundbreaking research. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. She, Arinaya Faye, was helping to save an entire race. The enormity of it left her momentarily breathless. Lyriax's silver eyes locked onto Arinaya's, their otherworldly glow intensifying as he studied her face. A mix of admiration and love washed over him, his stoic exterior softening ever so slightly. In that moment, surrounded by the sterile equipment and blinking monitors of the laboratory, Lyriax felt a profound sense of gratitude for Arinaya's presence in his life. "Your dedication is inspiring," he said, his measured tone carrying a warmth that surprised even him. "We couldn't have made this progress without you, Arinaya." She tilted her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "We're in this together, Lyriax. All of us." As Dr. Alira continued to analyze the data in the background, Lyriax found himself lost in thought. His brilliant mind, usually focused solely on scientific pursuits, now grappled with emotions he had long kept at bay. "I will protect her," he silently vowed, his heart swelling with an unfamiliar intensity. "Not just for the sake of our mission, but for us." "Shall we head back?" Arinaya's soft voice broke through his reverie. Lyriax nodded, allowing himself a small smile. "Yes, let's go." As they made their way out of the laboratory, their footsteps echoed through the corridor, somehow lighter than when they had entered. The weight of their mission remained, but it was now buoyed by a renewed sense of hope and determination. "We're one step closer," Arinaya mused, her hazel eyes bright with excitement. "It's almost hard to believe, isn't it?" Lyriax considered her words carefully before responding. "Indeed, but there's still much work to be done. We cannot afford to be complacent." "Always the scientist," Arinaya teased gently, her hand brushing against his as they walked. The unexpected contact sent a jolt through Lyriax, reminding him of the deep emotional connection that had formed between them. It was more than duty now. It was a bond that defied the cold logic he had lived by for so long. Arinaya's returned smile was radiant, filled with the same determination that burned within him. Chapter 13. Lyriax stared out the curved viewport, the stark lunar landscape beyond reflecting on his silver eyes. The weight of his people's fate pressed down on him like the unforgiving vacuum of space. "We're running out of time," he murmured, his measured voice barely audible above the soft hum of life support systems. The heart of the lunar base surrounded him, a testament to Selenean ingenuity. Consoles pulsating with holographic data, their ethereal glow drawing dancing shadows across polished surfaces. Ancient symbols etched into metallic walls seemed to whisper forgotten wisdom, a stark reminder of all that could be lost. Lyriax's gaze drifted to a workstation where strands of deteriorating Selenean DNA rotated in three-dimensional glory. His life's work, the key to saving his people, tantalizingly close, yet frustratingly out of reach. But is it enough? The thought gnawed at him, an ever-present doubt he couldn't shake. What if I fail them all? As if in response, the picture of Arinaya flickered unbidden across his mind. Her hazel eyes, ever-changing like the tides of earth she'd left behind. The quiet strength in her voice as she'd vowed to help, despite barely understanding the world she'd been thrust into. Focus, Lyriax chided himself, pushing away from the viewport. He paced the length of the chamber, each step measured and deliberate. The fate of our people can't hinge on emotions. But even as the words left his lips, he knew they rang hollow. His growing feelings for Arinaya weren't a distraction. They were a lifeline, a reminder of all that was at stake. A soft chime broke through his reverie. The holographic display shifted, revealing a message from Xandros. The council sought an update on his progress. Lyriax's shoulders tensed. "Computer, compose response," he commanded, his tone clipped. "Inform the council that while breakthroughs have been made, further testing is required before—" He paused, the words catching in his throat. How many times had he delivered variations of this same message? How many more chances would they grant him? "Cancel message," Lyriax said softly. He turned back to the viewport, drinking in the stark beauty of his homeworld. Somewhere near, Arinaya was enjoying this same alien landscape, her curiosity a beacon of hope in the face of their dire circumstances. Perhaps, Lyriax mused, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. It's time for a different approach. Lyriax's silver eyes gleamed with newfound resolve. He resumed his pacing, but now each step crackled with purpose. "Computer, access personal archives," he commanded. "Retrieve file, ancestral bonding rituals." As holographic images flickered to life around him, Lyriax's mind raced. "Our survival and our future with Arinaya are inexorably linked," he murmured, his measured tone tinged with an uncharacteristic warmth. "Perhaps the secret lies not in our genetic code, but in the very essence of our connection." He paused before an ancient text, its glyphs pulsing with an otherworldly light. "The rite of celestial union," Lyriax read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. "A joining of souls under the light of Earth's full moon." His heart quickened at the implications. This wasn't just about saving his people. It was about forging a future with Arinaya that transcended the boundaries of their species. "Computer, locate Arinaya," Lyriax instructed, his tone resolute. As the system processed his request, Lyriax's hand unconsciously reached for the pendant around his neck, a family heirloom passed down through generations of Selenean scientists. Its cool surface grounded him, reminding him of the weight of his legacy and the promise of what lay ahead. "I will find a way," he vowed, his words echoing in the chamber. With renewed determination, Lyriax strode towards the chamber's exit. The time for hesitation was over. He would declare his love for Arinaya and propose the ancient ritual, a bold move that could change everything. Lyriax's long strides echoed through the curved corridors of the lunar base as he sought out Arinaya. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat a reminder of the momentous decision he had made. The soft blue glow of the base's interior lighting delineating his determined features. He found her in the hydroponics bay, her silhouette catching the artificial sunlight as she tended to a row of bioluminescent plants. Lyriax paused at the entrance, drinking in the sight of her. Arinaya's face showed concentration, her eyes flickering with an otherworldly intelligence that never failed to captivate him. "Arinaya," he called softly, his measured tone belying the storm of emotions within. She turned, surprise etching across her face. Lyriax? I didn't expect to see you here. Is everything all right? He stepped forward, his silver eyes intense. Arinaya, I have something I need to tell you. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for hers. Confusion clouded Arinaya's features. What is it? Has something happened with the research? Lyriax took a deep breath, steeling himself. It's not about the research. It's about us. Arinaya, I love you. My feelings for you have grown beyond what I ever thought possible, and I believe our love could be the solution to saving my people. Arinaya's eyes widened, a mix of emotions playing across her face. Shock, confusion, and something deeper, more tender. Lyriax, I don't understand. How could our feelings possibly affect the Selenean DNA crisis? Lyriax's voice grew passionate, his usual measured tones infused with urgency. There's an ancient Selenean ritual, the rite of celestial union. It speaks of a joining of souls that could unlock hidden potential within our genetic code. Arinaya, I believe our connection, bridging Earth and Moon, human and Selenean, could be the catalyst we need. As he spoke, Arinaya's expression softened, her own feelings for Lyriax becoming more apparent. I've felt it too, Lyriax. This connection between us. But I never imagined. Lyriax's heart raced as he gazed into Arinaya's hazel eyes, watching them shift from amber to green in the ethereal lunar light. Without a word, he pulled her close, his lean body enveloping hers in a tender embrace. The warmth of her skin against his sent shivers down his spine, igniting a surge of electricity that seemed to dance between them. Arinaya melted into his arms, her fingers tracing the contours of his back. Lyriax cupped her face gently, his thumb caressing her cheek before he leaned in, pressing his lips to hers in a passionate kiss. Time seemed to stand still as they lost themselves in the moment, the soft hum of the lunar bass fading into the background. As they parted, breathless, Lyriax rested his forehead against hers. Arinaya, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I've never felt anything like this before. She smiled softly, her eyes shimmering. Neither have I, Lyriax. It's overwhelming. Lyriax took a step back, his silver eyes clouded with a mix of love and apprehension. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture that betrayed his inner turmoil. There's so much at stake, he said, his tone measured but tinged with vulnerability. The fate of my entire race rests on our shoulders. Sometimes I fear I'm not strong enough to bear this burden. Arinaya reached out, intertwining her fingers with his. You don't have to carry it alone, Lyriax. I'm here with you. He squeezed her hand, drawing strength from her touch. But what if we fail? What if my research leads nowhere, and the Seleneans? His voice trailed off, unable to voice his deepest fear. Arinaya's heart ached at the sight of Lyriax's vulnerability. She took a deep breath, her eye color shifting to a deep emerald as she grappled with the enormity of their situation. Lyriax, she began, her voice soft but resolute. I can't pretend to fully understand the weight you carry, but I do know this. What we feel for each other, it's unlike anything I've ever experienced. She paused, her gaze drifting to the ethereal glow of Earth visible through the lunar base's window. But you're right, there's so much more at stake than just us. The future of two races, two worlds. It's overwhelming. Lyriax watched her intently, his silver eyes searching her face. Arinaya, She held up a hand, silencing him gently. Let me finish. I'm scared, Lyriax. Scared of what this means for us, for Earth, for the Seleneans. But I'm also filled with a sense of purpose I've never known before. Arinaya's grip on his hand tightened as she continued, her voice gaining strength. I may not have been born a Selenean, but I feel a connection to your people, our people, that I can't ignore. And I won't. Whatever challenges we face, whatever obstacles stand in our way, I'm committed to this mission. To saving the Seleneans, to forging a future where our two worlds can coexist. Lyriax's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and admiration crossing his features. She nodded, a determined smile playing on her lips. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Your mission is my mission now, Lyriax. We'll find a way to restore the Selenean DNA. Lyriax's expression softened, his usually firm demeanor melting away as he gazed at Arinaya. Your courage and determination never cease to amaze me, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. With you by my side, I truly believe we can overcome any obstacle. Arinaya felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words. She leaned in closer, drawn by the intensity in his silver eyes. It's not just courage, Lyriax. It's hope. Hope for a future where our two worlds can thrive together. He nodded, a rare smile gracing his features. Unity and cooperation. These are the foundations upon which we'll build our future. The Seleneans have lived in isolation for too long. Perhaps this is the wake-up call we needed. As they stood there, bathed in the soft glow of earthlight, Arinaya felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The enormity of their task still loomed, but in this moment, it felt manageable. She intertwined her fingers with Lyriax's, marveling at how natural it felt. We're stronger together, she murmured, her hazel eyes meeting his. Earth and moon, Selenean and human. Our differences are our strength. Lyriax's grip tightened on her hand. Indeed. And our love. It's more than just a personal connection. It's a symbol of what's possible when we open our hearts and minds to new possibilities. They fell into a comfortable silence, both lost in thought. Arinaya's mind wandered to the challenges ahead, but for once, the future didn't seem daunting. Instead, it felt full of promise. As the peaceful moment stretched on, a faint tremor beneath their feet shattered the tranquility. Lyriax's brow furrowed, his silver eyes darting to the nearby control panel. What was that? Arinaya asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lyriax strode to the panel, his fingers dancing across the holographic interface. Seismic activity. Unusual for this sector. He paused, his expression growing grave. It's not natural. Arinaya joined him, studying the flashing indicators. Could it be... Krith, Lyriax finished, his jaw clenching. I fear he's not content to wait for our solution. He may be taking matters into his own hands. A chill ran down Arinaya's spine. What do you think he's doing? Lyriax's voice lowered, his words measured. There are ancient technologies, buried deep within the moon's core. Dangerous. Unstable. If Krith is attempting to access them, it could jeopardize everything we've worked for, Arinaya realized, her heart racing. Lyriax nodded grimly. And potentially destabilize the entire lunar structure. We need to act quickly. As if on cue, the comm system crackled to life. Xandros's normally calm voice was laced with urgency. Lyriax, Arinaya, report to the central chamber immediately. We have a situation. Lyriax's silver eyes met Arinaya's hazel ones, a silent understanding passing between them. Their moment of peace had been all too brief, but it had fortified them for the challenges ahead. Ready? Lyriax asked, extending his hand. Arinaya took it without hesitation. Always. As they hurried towards the central chamber, Arinaya couldn't shake the feeling that their greatest test was yet to come. Chapter 14. Lyriax's look scanned the faces of the assembled Selenean warriors, their determined expressions illuminated by the ethereal luminescence of the lunar landscape. The weight of their mission hung heavy in the air, as palpable as the low gravity that made every movement feel both effortless and precarious. We stand at a crossroads, Lyriax began, his Mishrid tone carrying across the Gethrid group. Krith's actions threaten not just our future, but the very essence of who we are as a people. Xandros stepped forward, his regal bearing commanding instant attention. Each of you has been chosen for your skill, your loyalty, and your unwavering commitment to our cause," he intoned, his eyes meeting those of each warrior in turn. Lyriax felt a surge of gratitude for Xandros' unwavering support. The wise leader's presence bolstered his resolve, even as thoughts of Arinaya tugged at his heart. He pushed the distraction aside, focusing on the task at hand. "The ancient military technology buried beneath our feet holds immense power," Lyriax continued, his voice taking on a more technical tone. "In Krith's hands, it could destabilize the delicate balance we've maintained for generations." A murmur rippled through the gathered warriors, a mix of concern and determination. "But how do we know exactly where Krith is headed?" one of the warriors asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Lyriax nodded, acknowledging the valid question. "Our geological surveys have pinpointed several potential locations. We'll split into teams, each covering a different area." As Lyriax and Xandros began dividing the warriors into groups, assigning roles and outlining strategies, Lyriax's thoughts drifted momentarily to Arinaya. He hoped she understood why he had to do this, why he couldn't stay behind despite the growing bond between them. Meanwhile, back at the base, Arinaya's hazel eyes darted anxiously between the communication panels and the airlock door. Her usually flowing hair was tied back in a messy knot, a physical manifestation of the tension in her thoughts. "They should have checked in by now," she muttered, her fingers drumming an erratic rhythm on the console. The feeling of impending danger grew with each passing moment, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. Arinaya tried to focus on the steady hum of the base's life support systems, seeking comfort in its constancy. "Lyriax knows what he's doing," she reminded herself, her voice barely above a whisper. "He and Xandros have faced challenges before." But even as she spoke the words, Arinaya couldn't shake the nagging fear that this time was different. The stakes were higher, the dangers more acute. She closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath, trying to center herself. When she opened them again, her gaze fell on the lunar landscape visible through the observation window. The stark beauty of the moon's surface, usually a source of wonder, now seemed ominous and foreboding. "Please," Arinaya whispered, her words a fervent prayer to the cosmos. "Please keep them safe." Lyriax scanned the desolate lunar landscape, his lean form silhouetted against the star-studded sky. The team moved with practiced precision, their footsteps barely disturbing the fine regolith beneath them. "Xandros," Lyriax called out, his voice low and measured. "The terrain ahead looks treacherous. What do you suggest?" The silver-haired leader paused, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the jagged rocks and deep crevasses before them. "We'll need to use the old lava tubes," Xandros replied, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "They're dangerous, but they'll provide cover and a faster route." Lyriax nodded, a surge of respect for Xandros' wisdom flooding through him. As they approached the entrance to the ancient tubes, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in his chest. What if Krith is already ahead of us? He wondered, the thought sending a chill down his spine. As if in response to his fears, a low rumble echoed through the cavern. Lyriax's hand instinctively went to his weapon. "Everyone, be on guard," he commanded, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when the ground beneath them shifted. Lyriax's reflexes kicked in, and he grabbed the nearest team member, pulling them back just as a section of the floor gave way. "Krith!" Xandros growled, his usually calm demeanor tinged with anger. "He's rigged the tunnels." Lyriax's mind raced, calculating their options. "We can't turn back," he said, meeting Xandros' gaze. "We'll have to proceed with extreme caution. Everyone, watch your step and stay alert for any signs of tampering." As they carefully navigated the treacherous path, Lyriax couldn't help but admire Krith's cunning, even as he despised the man's actions. "He's always one step ahead," Lyriax thought grimly. "But we can't let him win. The future of our people depends on it." Lyriax's silver eyes glowed in the dim light as they pressed forward, his senses heightened for any sign of danger. The air grew thick with tension, each step fraught with potential peril. "Xandros," Lyriax whispered, his voice barely audible over the eerie silence. "Do you sense it? Something's not right." The older Selenean nodded, his piercing blue eyes scanning the shadows. "Indeed. Krith's presence lingers here like a foul miasma." No sooner had the words left Xandros's lips than a barrage of energy blasts erupted from the darkness ahead. Lyriax dove for cover. "Arinaya," he thought fleetingly. "I hope you're safe." "Ambush!" he shouted, his usually measured tone sharp with urgency. "Defensive positions now." The cavern erupted into chaos as Krith's followers swarmed from hidden alcoves. Lyriax's team responded swiftly, their training evident in their coordinated movements. Amidst the clash of weapons and the sizzle of energy blasts, Lyriax caught sight of a familiar figure. Krith stood at the far end of the cavern, his dark eyes gleaming with malice. "Ah, Lyriax," Krith's smooth voice carried over the din of battle. "Still clinging to your misguided ideals, I see. How disappointing." Lyriax's jaw clenched, his silver eyes narrowing. "And you're still willing to sacrifice everything for your own ambition, Krith. That's what's truly disappointing." As they faced off, Lyriax couldn't help but wonder, how many more obstacles will we have to overcome? And will Arinaya's faith in me be enough to see us through? Xandros appeared at Lyriax's side, hair matted with sweat and lunar dust. "We must press forward," he urged, his voice a calm counterpoint to the chaos around them. "Every moment we delay gives Krith more time to access the technology." Lyriax nodded, pushing aside his doubts. "You're right. Let's end this." They surged forward, their movements fluid and synchronized, despite the injuries they'd sustained. Lyriax felt a sharp pain in his side with every breath, but he refused to let it slow him down. "For Arinaya, for our people," he reminded himself. As they fought their way through Krith's forces, Lyriax couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the beauty of their lunar home and the ugliness of this conflict. The cavern's crystalline walls refracted the light from their weapons, creating a dazzling yet eerie light show. "Your persistence is admirable, but futile," Krith called out, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. "The future of the Seleneans lies in embracing our true potential, not in hiding from it." Xandros responded, his tone measured but firm. "Our potential lies in harmony with our world, Krith, not in domination over it. As the ancient proverb says, the moon reflects light. It does not consume it." As they closed in on Krith, Lyriax felt a surge of determination. "We're so close," he thought. "Arinaya, your strength is with me. We will prevail." Arinaya's heart pounded in her chest as she caught sight of Lyriax and Xandros emerging from the shadowy lunar landscape. Their forms, silhouetted against the stark brightness of the earth hanging in the sky, were bloodied but unmistakably victorious. Relief flooded through her veins like a warm elixir, banishing the cold fear that had gripped her for what felt like an eternity. "Lyriax," she cried out, her voice cracking with emotion as she rushed to their side. Her hazel eyes, now flecked with gold in the harsh light, darted between the two Seleneans, assessing their injuries. "Are you hurt?" "I was so scared that—" Lyriax's silver eyes met hers, a mix of exhaustion and determination swirling in their depths. "We're alive, Arinaya. That's what matters," he said, his usual measured tone tinged with warmth. He winced slightly as she gently touched a gash on his arm. "Your concern is appreciated." Xandros, his regal bearing undiminished despite the battle, spoke up. "We've no time to linger. Krith is cornered but still dangerous." Arinaya nodded, her auburn hair catching the starlight as she moved. "What can I do to help?" Lyriax's gaze softened as he looked at her. "Your presence alone strengthens us, Arinaya. But we'll need your keen observational skills as we confront Krith." As they regrouped, Arinaya couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of these beings she had come to care for so deeply. "How strange," she thought, "that I feel more at home here, in this alien world, than I ever did on Earth." They set off towards the ancient burial site, their steps filled with purpose and resolve. The lunar soil crunched softly beneath their feet, the only sound in the vast silence of the moon's surface. Arinaya was in fear as they approached their final confrontation with Krith. "What do you think we'll find?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Xandros's reply was grave. "Power beyond imagining, and the weight of our people's future." As they entered the cavernous chamber housing the ancient technology, a pulsating blue light cast eerie shadows across the walls. In the center stood Krith, his usually impeccable appearance now disheveled, his dark eyes wild with desperation. Lyriax's breath caught in his throat. By the stars, he's actually done it, he thought, his scientific mind struggling to comprehend the implications. "Krith," Xandros called out, his voice echoing in the vast space. "Step away from the console. It's over." A mirthless laugh escaped Krith's lips. "Over, my dear Xandros. It's only just begun." His fingers danced over the ancient controls with frantic precision. Lyriax felt a surge of adrenaline as he realized what was happening. "He's activating the core mechanism," he shouted, his usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of urgency. Krith's voice dripped with malice. "If I can't have it, no one will. Let chaos reign." A deafening hum filled the air as the ancient machinery whirred to life. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and Lyriax's mind reeled with the potential consequences. If this continues, the moon's very structure could be compromised, he realized with growing horror. "Lyriax," Xandros's steady voice cut through the chaos. "What can be done?" Forcing himself to focus, Lyriax quickly assessed the situation. His eyes darted between the pulsating core and the intricate network of conduits surrounding it. There must be a way to disrupt the energy flow, he thought, his scientific training kicking into overdrive. "We need to sever the main power lines," Lyriax explained, pointing to a cluster of glowing cables. "Xandros, can you create a diversion? I'll need time to recalibrate the system." Xandros nodded, his silver hair gleaming in the blue light. "Consider it done, old friend." As Xandros moved to confront Krith, Lyriax turned to the complex machinery. His fingers flew over the controls, his mind running at lightning speed to unravel the ancient technology's secrets. This is it, Lyriax thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Everything we've fought for comes down to this moment. With a deep breath, he began the delicate process of neutralizing the threat, acutely aware that the fate of the moon, and perhaps the entire solar system, rested in his hands. Arinaya stood transfixed, her eyes widening as she watched Lyriax and Xandros work in perfect synchronicity. The air crackled with tension, and she could feel the vibrations of the unstable technology beneath her feet. Her heart pounding, a mixture of fear and awe coursing through her veins. Lyriax's hands moved with precision over the ancient console, eyes focused intently on the task at hand. "Xandros, I need more time," he called out, his voice strained but determined. Xandros, ever the pillar of strength, responded without hesitation. "You shall have it, my friend." He confronted Krith with unwavering resolve, his commanding presence a formidable barrier. As the seconds ticked by, Arinaya found herself holding her breath. They're risking everything, she realized, a newfound respect blooming in her chest. Not just for themselves, but for all Seleneans. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the core, followed by an eerie silence. Arinaya blinked, her vision slowly returning. Is it over?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyriax straightened, a look of relief washing over his features. "Yes," he breathed. "The threat has been neutralized." Xandros approached, his blue eyes twinkling with pride. "Once again, your brilliance saves us all, Lyriax." As the gravity of their accomplishment sank in, Arinaya felt a surge of emotion. "You both were incredible," she said, her voice thick with admiration. "I've never seen such bravery." Lyriax turned to her, a rare smile softening his usually serious expression. "It is our duty to protect our people," he said simply. but the depth of his commitment was evident in his eyes. As they made their way back to the base, the lunar landscape stretched out before them, a vast expanse of silver and shadow. Lyriax's steps slowed, his silver eyes seeking out Arinaya's hazel ones. The weight of their shared experience hung in the air between them, electric and palpable. "Arinaya," Lyriax began, his voice low and tender, a stark contrast to his earlier commanding tones. I find myself at a loss for words." Arinaya's heart quickened. She reached out, her fingers intertwining with his. "Then don't speak," she whispered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. They came together in a fierce embrace, their bodies molding perfectly, as if they were two halves of a whole. Lyriax buried his face in her auburn hair, inhaling deeply. "How close we came to losing this," he thought, his arms tightening around her. "I was so afraid," Arinaya murmured against his chest, her voice muffled. "When I heard the sounds of battle, I thought—" Lyriax pulled back slightly, cupping her face in his hands. "I know," he said softly. "But we prevailed. At last." Their lips met in a kiss that spoke volumes, of gratitude, of love, of a future now secured. As they parted, Arinaya's eyes searched his face. "We've changed, haven't we?" she asked. "This ordeal, it's made us stronger." Lyriax nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "Indeed, we've faced the ultimate test of our resolve, our love, and we've emerged victorious." As they resumed their walk hand in hand, Arinaya marveled at the transformation. "We came so close to losing everything," she reflected. "Yet here we are, stronger and more united than ever." Chapter 15. Lyriax's eyes gleamed in the soft lunar light as he gazed at Arinaya, her hair cascading over her shoulders like a fiery waterfall. His heart raced, a mix of anticipation and trepidation coursing through his veins. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Arinaya's hazel eyes met his, a kaleidoscope of emotions swirling within them. "I think so," she replied, her fingers intertwining with his. "It's just, this is all so new to me. The rite of celestial union. It's beautiful." Lyriax nodded, understanding her hesitation. He had spent years studying ancient Selenean texts, preparing for this moment. Yet he too felt a flutter of nervousness in his stomach. "Remember," he said, "this is about us, our child, our future together." Arinaya's lips curved into a soft smile. "Our future," she repeated, tasting the words on her tongue. "It's still surreal sometimes, you know, to think that I'm part of this incredible world, that we're going to help shape the future of two civilizations." Lyriax felt a swell of pride and love for the woman before him, her curiosity, her adaptability, her unwavering empathy. These were the qualities that had drawn him to her, that had made him realize she was the one with whom he wanted to share this sacred bond. "Come," he said, gently tugging her hand. "Let me show you where it all begins." As they walked through the winding corridors of the lunar complex, Lyriax couldn't help but marvel at how far they had come. From their first tentative meetings to this moment of profound connection, their journey had been one of discovery, both of each other and of themselves. They approached an ornate door, its surface etched with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Lyriax placed his palm against it, feeling the cool metal beneath his skin. With a soft hiss, the door slid open, revealing the sacred chamber beyond. Arinaya's breath caught in her throat as they stepped inside. The room was bathed in a soft, angelic glow, emanating from crystals embedded in the walls. Ancient artifacts lined the perimeter, each one telling a story of Selenean history and tradition. "It's incredible," Arinaya whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. She reached out to touch a nearby pillar, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to move under her fingertips. Lyriax watched her, his heart swelling with emotion. This was more than just a ritual. It was the beginning of a new chapter in their lives, a merging of two worlds that held the promise of a brighter future. This chamber has witnessed countless unions throughout Selenean history, he explained, his voice reverent. And now, it will witness ours. Arinaya turned to him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I never imagined I'd be part of something so cosmic, she said, a hint of awe in her voice. Thank you, Lyriax, for sharing this with me, for trusting me this way. Lyriax pulled her close, pressing his forehead against hers. In that moment, surrounded by the echoes of ancient rituals and the promise of new beginnings, he felt a profound sense of rightness. The gentle sound of approaching footsteps broke their reverie. Dr. Arinah entered the chamber, exuding an aura of calm authority. Her dark hair framed her face, highlighting her vibrant green eyes that seemed to radiate warmth and understanding. Lyriax, Arinaya, she greeted them, her voice a soothing melody in the sacred space. Welcome to the Chamber of Celestial Union. Arinaya felt a wave of relief wash over her at Dr. Arinah's presence. The doctor's empathetic smile seemed to ease the knot of anxiety that had been building in her stomach. Thank you, Dr. Arinah, Arinaya replied, her voice barely above a whisper. She couldn't help but wonder if the doctor could sense her nervousness. Dr. Arinah approached them, her movements graceful and deliberate. I want you both to know that what you're about to undertake is not just a ritual, but a profound transformation, she explained, her gaze moving between Lyriax and Arinaya. This union will not only strengthen your bond, but also create a unique genetic blueprint for your future child. Lyriax nodded, his silver eyes gleaming with determination. We understand the gravity of this moment, Dr. Arinah. We're ready. Dr. Arinah smiled, her expression a mixture of pride and encouragement. The rite of celestial union will intertwine your DNA at its most fundamental level, she continued. It's a delicate process, but one that holds immense potential for the future of both Selenean and Earth civilizations. Arinaya's mind raced with questions. How would this affect their child? Would it be more Selenean or human? She pushed the thoughts aside, focusing on the warmth of Lyriax's hand in hers. Please, face each other and join hands, Dr. Arinah instructed softly. Lyriax turned to Arinaya, his silver eyes locking with her hazel ones. He gently took her hands in his, their fingers intertwining. The contact sent a shiver down Arinaya's spine, a reminder of the profound connection they shared. Dr. Arinah stepped back, her voice taking on a rhythmic cadence as she began to chant in an ancient Selenean tongue. The words, though foreign to Arinaya, seemed to resonate within her very being. As the chant continued, the chamber seemed to come alive. The crystals in the walls pulsed with an otherworldly light, and Arinaya could feel a subtle vibration beneath her feet. She tightened her grip on Lyriax's hands, drawing strength from his unwavering presence. By the light of Luna, by the power of the cosmos, Dr. Arinah intoned, her voice rising and falling like the tides. We call upon the ancient forces to bless this union. Arinaya felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, a tingling sensation that started at her fingertips and spread throughout her entire being. She gasped softly, her eyes widening as she met Lyriax's gaze. His silver eyes seemed to glow even brighter, reflecting the cosmic energies swirling around them. Dr. Arinah's voice softened, becoming a gentle whisper that seemed to caress Arinaya's senses. Close your eyes, both of you. Focus on your connection, on the love you share. Visualize the future you wish to build together. Arinaya's eyelids fluttered shut, her breath catching as she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. In her mind's eye, images began to form, a vision of Earth and the moon, no longer separate, but united in harmony. She saw herself and Lyriax standing side by side, their child cradled between them. The love she felt in that moment was overwhelming, bringing tears to her closed eyes. Lyriax's grip on her hands tightened slightly, and Arinaya knew he was experiencing something similar. She could feel his presence more acutely now, as if their very souls were reaching out to one another. "Lyriax," Dr. Elira prompted softly, "speak your vows to Arinaya." Lyriax's voice, usually so measured and controlled, trembled slightly with emotion as he began to speak. "Arinaya, my love, my partner in all things, I vow to stand by your side, to support you in times of struggle and celebrate with you in times of joy. Together, we will bridge the gap between our worlds, working tirelessly for the betterment of both Earth and Selenean civilizations. My heart, my mind, and my very DNA are yours, now and always." Arinaya's heart overflowed with love. She took a deep breath, preparing to speak her own vows. Arinaya's voice, filled with emotion, resonated through the sacred chamber. "Lyriax, my beloved, my anchor in this vast universe, I vow to be your equal partner, to support your dreams and share your burdens. Together, we'll forge a new path for our peoples, bridging the divide between Earth and Moon. My love for you transcends galaxies, and I pledge my heart, my soul, and my DNA to our shared future." As their vows echoed in the chamber, Dr. Elira's soothing voice guided them to the next phase of the ritual. "Now let your hands speak the ancient language of our ancestors," she instructed, her tone carrying both authority and gentleness. With eyes still closed, Arinaya felt Dr. Elira's cool fingers guiding her hands into intricate positions. Each movement felt deliberate, laden with meaning she couldn't fully comprehend but instinctively understood. Lyriax's hands moved in perfect synchronization with hers, their fingers intertwining and separating in a complex dance. Arinaya marveled at the precision of their movements, guided by Dr. Elira's soft commands. "Palm to palm," Dr. Elira murmured, fingers interlaced. "Now separate slowly, maintaining contact with your fingertips." As they followed the instructions, Arinaya felt a tingling sensation spreading from her hands throughout her body. She wondered if Lyriax felt it too, this strange, exhilarating energy coursing through her veins. "Is this normal?" Arinaya whispered, her curiosity getting the better of her despite the solemnity of the moment. "Shh," Dr. Elira hushed gently. "Focus on the connection. Let it flow through you." Arinaya obeyed, concentrating on the sensations. As the ritual progressed, she began to feel a profound shift within herself. It was as if the very essence of her being was reaching out, intertwining with Lyriax's in ways she couldn't explain. "Open your eyes," Dr. Elira's voice resonated through the chamber, soft yet commanding. Arinaya's eyelids fluttered open, and she gasped. A radiant, silvery blue glow enveloped her and Lyriax, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The light seemed to emanate from their very skin, casting dancing shadows on the ancient walls of the sacred chamber. "Lyriax," she breathed, her hazel eyes wide with wonder as they met his luminous silver gaze. "Do you feel that?" He nodded, his usually measured voice tinged with awe. "It's incredible. Like every cell in my body is alive with starlight." Arinaya felt it too, a surge of energy coursing through her veins, making her skin tingle and her heart race. It was as if the very essence of the cosmos had taken residence within her, connecting her to Lyriax in ways she'd never imagined possible. "This glow," Dr. Elira explained, her green eyes sparkling with pride and emotion, "is the physical manifestation of your deepened bond, the merging of Selenean and Earth DNA, creating something entirely new and beautiful." Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, Arinaya reached for Lyriax's hand. As their fingers intertwined, a shower of tiny, glittering sparks erupted where their skin met. "Oh!" Arinaya exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight coloring her voice. She looked up at Lyriax, seeing her own emotions mirrored in his expression. Without a word, they moved towards each other, drawn by an irresistible force. Their lips met in a tender, passionate kiss, sealing their commitment not just to each other, but to the future they would build together. As they kissed, Arinaya felt the weight of their shared destiny settle upon her shoulders. It was both terrifying and exhilarating, the knowledge that their love, their union, held the key to the survival of an entire civilization. Dr. Alira's melodic voice filled the chamber as she began the final chant of the ritual. The ancient Selenean words flowed like liquid silver, wrapping around Lyriax and Arinaya in an invisible cocoon of energy. "May the cosmos bless this union," Dr. Alira intoned, her hands raised towards the vaulted ceiling. "May your love shine as bright as the stars, and may your child carry the hope of two worlds within their very essence." Arinaya closed her eyes, letting the words wash over her. The chamber seemed to pulse with a gentle ethereal light, and a profound sense of peace settled in her heart. She thought of the child she and Lyriax would create. A perfect blend of earth and moon, a bridge between two worlds. Lyriax's grip on her hand tightened, and she opened her eyes to find him gazing at her with an intensity that took her breath away. "I never imagined I could feel this complete," he whispered, his usually measured tone thick with emotion. Arinaya nodded, unable to find words to express the depth of her feelings. Instead, she turned to Dr. Alira, who was watching them with a warm, maternal smile. "Dr. Alira," Arinaya began, her voice trembling slightly, "we can't thank you enough for everything you've done for us, your guidance, your support. It's meant more than we can say." Lyriax nodded in agreement. "You've given us hope when we needed it most," he added, his expression shining with gratitude. "Your expertise and compassion have been invaluable." Dr. Alira's expression softened further. "My dear ones," she said, reaching out to clasp their joined hands in hers. "It has been my honor and privilege to guide you through this sacred rite. Your love, your dedication to each other and to our people, it gives me hope for our future." As Dr. Alira's words settled over them, Arinaya felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through her veins. The enormity of their task, saving an entire civilization, no longer seemed insurmountable. With Lyriax by her side and the support of people like Dr. Alira, she knew they would make it. "We won't let you down," Arinaya vowed, her voice filled with determination. "We'll continue our work for the betterment of both Earth and Selenean civilizations." Lyriax squeezed her hand, a gesture of solidarity and shared resolve. "Together," he affirmed, "we'll find a way to ensure the survival and prosperity of our people." As Lyriax and Arinaya stepped out of the sacred chamber, the ethereal glow that had enveloped them during the ritual seemed to linger, casting a soft luminescence on their intertwined fingers. The cool, crisp air of the lunar surface filled their lungs, a stark contrast to the intimate warmth they had just experienced. Lyriax's grip on Arinaya's hand tightened slightly as they walked. His silver eyes, usually focused and analytical, now held a mixture of tenderness and determination. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his voice low and filled with concern. Arinaya took a moment to respond, her hazel eyes scanning the familiar yet alien landscape before them. "Overwhelmed," she admitted, "but in the best possible way. It's like I can feel the weight of our responsibility, but also the strength to bear it." As they rounded a corner, the sight that greeted them took their breath away. A large group of Seleneans had gathered, their faces alight with joy and anticipation. Lyriax felt a surge of pride and affection for his people, even as a flicker of nervousness passed through him. "I didn't expect," he began, his usual eloquence faltering. Arinaya squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Neither did I," she whispered, her words meant only for him. As they approached the crowd, a chorus of cheers and congratulations erupted. Seleneans of all ages surged forward, their colored eyes shining with hope and admiration. Lyriax found himself enveloped in embraces, his stoic exterior melting under the warmth of his community's love. "You've done it," exclaimed an elderly Selenean, his wizened face creased with joy. "The rite of celestial union. It's been generations since we last witnessed such a union." Arinaya, still adjusting to the outpouring of affection, felt a tug at her sleeve. She looked down to see a young Selenean girl gazing up at her with wide, curious eyes. "Is it true?" the child asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Will your baby really save us all?" Arinaya knelt down, meeting the child's gaze. We're going to do everything we can, she said softly, her voice filled with confidence. Lyriax watched the interaction, his scientific mind racing with possibilities. The weight of expectation pressed upon him, a familiar burden made heavier by the joy surrounding them. He placed a hand on Arinaya's shoulder, drawing strength from her presence. Our child will be a bridge between two worlds, he added, his measured tone belying the intensity of his emotions. But the future we seek requires all of us to work together. As the crowd's excitement ebbed, Lyriax and Arinaya found a moment of respite. They retreated to a quiet alcove, the luminescent walls casting a soft glow around them. Lyriax leaned against the cool surface, his eyes searching Arinaya's face. "Are you all right?" he asked, his demeanor softening with concern. Arinaya took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "It's overwhelming," she admitted. "The ritual, the expectations. I never imagined I'd be part of something so monumental." Lyriax nodded, understanding etched in every line of his face. "I've spent my entire life working towards this moment," he said, his voice low and introspective. "And yet, now that it happened, I find myself questioning if it was real or just a dream." Chapter 16. Arinaya stood at the window of her quarters, her fingers tracing circles on her swollen belly as she gazed out at the shimmering lunar landscape. The sight of Earth hanging in the inky blackness above filled her with a bittersweet longing, a reminder of the life she'd left behind and the uncertain future that lay ahead. A sharp twinging in her abdomen made her gasp, and she pressed a hand against the cool glass to steady herself. Is this it? She wondered, her heart rate quickening. The contractions had been increasing in frequency over the past few hours, but this one felt different, more intense, more urgent. "Lyriax?" she called out, her voice wavering slightly. I think it's time." In an instant, Lyriax was by her side, his silver eyes wide with concern and excitement. "Are you certain, my love?" he asked, placing a gentle hand on the small of her back. Arinaya nodded, biting her lip as another contraction rippled through her. "Yes, I'm sure. We should get Dr. Soren." As if on cue, the door to their quarters slid open, revealing Dr. Alinah. The petite woman quickly assessed the situation, then moved swiftly to Arinaya's side. "How far apart are the contractions?" Dr. Soren asked, her voice calm and reassuring. "About 5 minutes," Arinaya replied, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the pendant around her neck. "But they're getting stronger." Dr. Soren nodded, guiding Arinaya towards the bed. "Let's get you comfortable. Lyriax, could you bring some water and towels?" As Lyriax rushed to comply, Arinaya settled onto the bed. This is really happening, she thought. Our child, the key to saving the Seleneans, is about to enter the world. "How are you feeling, Arinaya?" Dr. Soren asked, her gentle touch belying the efficiency of her movements as she prepared for the delivery. Arinaya took a deep breath, trying to center herself. "Nervous?" she admitted. "Excited? Terrified." "Is that normal?" Dr. Soren's laugh was soft and kind. "Perfectly normal. Every mother feels that way, whether they're on Earth or the moon." Lyriax returned with the supplies, his usually composed demeanor slightly ruffled. "Is there anything else I can do?" he asked, his voice tight with concern. Arinaya reached out for his hand, drawing strength from his presence. "Just stay with me," she whispered, her eyes meeting his. "We're in this together, remember?" As another contraction gripped her, Arinaya closed her eyes, focusing on her breathing. The weight of their mission, the fate of an entire race, pressed heavily upon her. But in this moment, all she could think about was bringing their child safely into the world. "You're doing wonderfully, Arinaya," Dr. Soren encouraged, her voice a soothing balm. "Remember, your body knows what to do. Trust in it, and in yourself." Arinaya nodded, squeezing Lyriax's hand as she prepared for the journey ahead. Whatever challenges lay before them, She knew that with Lyriax by her side and Dr. Soren's expert guidance, they would face them together, for the sake of their child and for the future of two worlds. Arinaya's body tensed as another contraction seized her, more intense than the last. She gritted her teeth, a low moan escaping her lips. The pain radiated through her abdomen, spreading like wildfire. "That's it, Arinaya," Dr. Alira's calm voice cut through the haze of discomfort. "Now, remember the breathing exercises we practiced. In through your nose, out through your mouth." Arinaya focused on Dr. Alira's words, forcing herself to breathe slowly and deliberately. The air felt thick in her lungs, each exhale a battle against the pain. Lyriax's hand tightened around hers, his thumb tracing soothing circles on her skin. "You're doing brilliantly, my love," he murmured, his silver eyes gleaming with a mix of concern and admiration. As the contraction subsided, Arinaya slumped back against the pillows, her auburn hair damp with sweat. "I don't know if I can do this," she whispered, her voice trembling. Lyriax leaned in close, his forehead almost touching hers. "You can," he said firmly. "Remember why we're here, Arinaya. Remember what this means for our people." Arinaya's hazel eyes locked with his, drawing strength from his unwavering belief. She nodded, her determination rekindling. "For our people," she echoed softly, her free hand moving to rest on her swollen belly. Dr. Alira approached with a small device in hand. "Let's try some pain management," she suggested gently. "This should help take the edge off the contractions." As Dr. Alira applied the device, Arinaya closed her eyes, focusing on the cool relief spreading through her body. She thought of the Seleneans, of the hope this child represented. With each breath, she steeled herself for the challenge ahead, ready to face whatever came next. The moment of respite was fleeting. Another contraction seized Arinaya, more intense than the last. She gritted her teeth, her fingers digging into Lyriax's hand as she bore down with all her might. "That's it, Arinaya," Dr. Alira encouraged, her voice steady and reassuring. "Channel that strength. You're doing wonderfully." Arinaya's world narrowed to a pinpoint of focus. She pushed harder, sweat beading on her brow. "I can see the head," Dr. Alira announced, her green eyes alight with excitement. Lyriax inhaled sharply. "Our child," he breathed, voice thick with emotion. "Arinaya, you're almost there." Between ragged breaths, Arinaya managed to speak. Tell me again about the Seleneans," she panted, seeking motivation in their mission. Lyriax leaned close, his words a lifeline. "Our people have struggled for generations, but your strength today will change everything. This child is the bridge between our worlds, the key to our survival." As another contraction built, Arinaya closed her eyes, visualizing the future they were fighting for. She pushed again, every muscle in her body straining with the effort. "The shoulders are clear," Dr. Alira called out, her calm exterior belying the tension in her voice. "One more push, Arinaya. Give it everything you have." The room held its breath, the air electric with anticipation. Arinaya summoned her last reserves of strength, her determination burning bright as a supernova. With a final, Herculean effort, Arinaya bore down, her cry of exertion piercing the air. In that moment, she felt the shift, the release, and then a sudden emptiness followed by a tiny, indignant wail. "It's here," Dr. Alira breathed, her voice quivering with awe. "The baby?" Arinaya collapsed back, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. Through half-lidded eyes, she watched Dr. Alira swiftly examining the newborn, her movements precise, yet tender. Lyriax's grip on her hand tightened, his silver eyes wide with anticipation. "The DNA signature?" he asked, his usually measured tone tinged with urgency. Dr. Alira's fingers danced over a handheld scanner, her brow furrowed in concentration. The device emitted a series of soft beeps, each one seeming to stretch into eternity. Then, suddenly, a melodious chime filled the room. "It's perfect," Dr. Alira whispered, her eyes glistening. "The DNA signature is exactly what we hoped for." A wave of relief crashed over Arinaya, so potent she felt lightheaded. We did it, she thought, her mind reeling with the implications. We've saved the Seleneans. Lyriax and Dr. Alira's eyes met across the room, a look of profound understanding passing between them. Arinaya watched as Lyriax's stoic mask crumbled, replaced by an expression of pure, unbridled joy. We've done it, Lyriax said, his voice thick with emotion. After all these years, all our struggles, we finally have hope. Dr. Alira nodded, cradling the newborn with reverence. This child is the future of our people, she said softly, the link between earth and moon, just as we dreamed. As the magnitude of the moment washed over her, Arinaya felt a surge of love for her child, for Lyriax, and for the Selenean people she had come to embrace as her own. In that instant, she knew that her journey of self-discovery had led her exactly where she was meant to be. Arinaya reached out, her arms trembling slightly. May I hold my baby?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Alira's expression softened, her green eyes shimmering with understanding. "Of course, my dear," she said, gently transferring the swaddled infant into Arinaya's waiting arms. As Arinaya cradled her child for the first time, a wave of emotion crashed over her. The baby's warmth, the soft weight against her chest, the tiny fingers curling reflexively. It was all overwhelmingly beautiful. She gazed down at the perfect tiny face, marveling at the delicate features that seemed to blend her own with Lyriax's. "Hello, little one," Arinaya murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "You have no idea how special you are, do you?" The baby's eyes fluttered open, revealing irises that seemed to shift color like her own. Arinaya's breath caught in her throat. This is real, she thought, a sense of purpose flooding through her. Dr. Alira cleared her throat softly, reluctant to interrupt the moment, but aware of the urgency of their mission. "Arinaya," she said gently, "I hate to ask, but we need to take some samples now. It's crucial for developing a rapid cure." Arinaya nodded, tearing her gaze away from her child. "Of course," she replied, her voice steady despite the conflicting emotions swirling within her. "What do you need?" Lyriax stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a mix of pride and reverence. He placed a hand on Arinaya's shoulder, his touch feather-light yet grounding. "May I?" he asked, his usually measured voice tinged with an uncharacteristic tremble of emotion. Arinaya shifted, carefully transferring their newborn into Lyriax's arms. As she watched him cradle their child, her heart swelled with an indescribable love. "She's perfect," Lyriax whispered, his gaze fixed on the tiny being in his arms. "Just like her mother." Arinaya felt a blush creep across her cheeks. "And as brilliant as her father, I'm sure," she replied, her voice soft with affection. As Dr. Alira bustled about, collecting the necessary samples with practiced efficiency, Arinaya found herself lost in thought. How had her life changed so dramatically in such a short time? From feeling like an outsider on Earth to becoming the key to saving an entire race on the moon, it was almost too much to comprehend. "What are you thinking?" Lyriax asked, his perceptive eyes searching her face. Arinaya sighed, a small smile playing on her lips. "Just marveling at how unpredictable life can be. A year ago, I never would have imagined this moment." Lyriax nodded, understanding etched in his features. "Neither would I, but I wouldn't change it for anything in the universe." Just then, a commotion outside the room caught their attention. Dr. Alira paused in her work, moving to the door to investigate. "It seems word has spread," she announced, turning back to them with a smile. "The entire Selenean community is celebrating." Arinaya felt a mix of joy and trepidation wash over her. "They're all counting on us," she murmured, the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. Lyriax gently placed their child back in her arms, then cupped her face with his hand. "And we won't let them down," he said, his voice filled with determination. "Together, we'll save our people and forge a new future for both Earth and Moon. As Arinaya gazed into Lyriax's eyes, then down at their miraculous child, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as one, a family bridging two worlds. Dr. Illyra's fingers flew across the holographic keyboard, her eyes darting between multiple screens of genetic data. The sterile lab air, tinged with the faint scent of antiseptic, filled her lungs as she took a deep breath, trying to focus her racing thoughts. "I think I've found something," she called out, her voice tight with excitement and fatigue. Lyriax and Arinaya hurried to her side, their faces illuminated by the blue glow of the screens. Lyriax leaned in, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the information. "This sequence, it's unlike anything we've seen before," he murmured, his usually measured tone tinged with awe. Nodded, her delicate features creased in concentration. "It's a perfect blend of Selenean and Earth DNA, Arinaya." Arinaya felt a surge of pride, quickly. Humility. She couldn't help but marvel at the journey that had brought her. The lab, with its advanced Selenean technology seamlessly integrated with Earth equipment, was a testament to what they could achieve together. "This is exactly the breakthrough we've been searching for," Lyriax declared, his hand resting on Arinaya's shoulder. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver down her spine, a reminder of the personal stakes intertwined with their scientific pursuit. Dr. Illyra was already inputting the new data into another system. "We'll need to run simulations, of course, and then extensive testing before we can even think about synthesizing a cure." Arinaya nodded, suppressing a yawn. "How long do you think that will take?" "Only a feeks, hopefully," Lyriax replied, his voice tinged with both hope and caution. "But this is more progress than we've made in years." As they settled in for another long night of work, Arinaya couldn't help but think of their child, safely sleeping in her arms. "We're doing this for you, little one," she whispered. A soft chime from the lab's communication system interrupted their work. Arinaya looked up, her eyes adjusting from the intense focus on microscopic genetic structures to the holographic display that materialized before them. "Xandros," Lyriax acknowledged, his silver eyes widening slightly in surprise. The wise Selenean leader's face filled the projection, his expression a mix of hope and urgency. "My friends, I bring news from our community. They've heard of your progress, and they want to help." Arinaya's heart swelled with emotion. "Help? How?" Xandros smiled, the lines around his eyes crinkling. "In every way they can. Our engineers are offering to modify your equipment for greater efficiency. The agricultural sector is increasing production of the rare herbs you've requested. Even our youngest are volunteering to assist with data entry and basic lab tasks." Dr. Illyra stepped forward, her green eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This is unprecedented. The level of unity. "It's more than that," Lyriax interjected, his usually measured voice thick with emotion. "It's hope. You've given them hope, Arinaya." Arinaya felt a lump form in her throat. She thought of the countless Seleneans she'd met, their silver eyes filled with a mixture of fear about their future. Now, knowing they were all coming together, it was incredible. "We won't let them down," she said softly, more to herself than the others. Then, louder, "Thank you, Xandros. We'll put every resource to good use." As the communication ended, Arinaya turned back to her work with renewed vigor. "All right," she said, her voice steady and determined. "Let's make this count." The next weeks passed in a blur of activity. Arinaya barely noticed the passage of time. The lab hummed with constant activity, new faces coming and going, all driven by a shared purpose. It was during one particularly grueling night, when the stars outside their lunar base shone with an almost painful brightness, that it happened. "Look at this," Dr. Illyra gasped, her fingers flying over a console. "The simulation, it's stable. It's actually stable." Lyriax was there in an instant, his lean frame taut with anticipation. "Run it again," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper. Arinaya held her breath, watching as the holographic display flickered to life. Strands of DNA twisted and unraveled before her eyes, Earth genetics intertwining with Selenean in a beautiful, complex dance, and then stability. Perfect, harmonious stability. "We did it," Arinaya breathed, scarcely daring to believe it. "We actually did it." Lyriax turned to her, his silver eyes shining with an intensity she'd never seen before. In that moment, the weight of their achievement crashed over her like a wave. They had found the cure. They had saved the Selenean race. As the realization sank in, Arinaya felt tears streaming down her face. She reached for Lyriax, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. Over his shoulder, she saw Dr. Alinah, her hands clasped over her mouth, eyes wide with joyous disbelief. "We need to tell everyone," Dr. Alinah said, her voice choked with emotion. "The whole community. They need to know." Arinaya nodded. They had done the impossible, and in doing so, they had forged a bond between Earth and Moon that would change the course of both their histories forever. The news spread like wildfire through the Selenean community. Arinaya stood with Lyriax and Dr. Alinah on a balcony overlooking the central plaza, watching as throngs of Seleneans gathered below. The air buzzed with excitement, a palpable energy that seemed to make the very ground vibrate. "I've never seen anything like this," Arinaya murmured, her eyes wide as she took in the sea of joyous faces. The Seleneans, typically reserved and composed, were embracing one another, laughing, and even dancing in the streets. Lyriax squeezed her hand, his voice thick with emotion. "This is more than just celebration, Arinaya. It's hope. You've given them hope." Dr. Alinah nodded, her green eyes glistening. "For generations, we've lived under the shadow of extinction. Now, for the first time, we can look to the future with optimism." Arinaya's heart swelled with a mix of pride and humility. She thought of her own journey, from a curious Earth woman to someone who had bridged two worlds. "We did this together," she said softly. "All of us." As they watched, Zandros, the Selenean leader, stepped forward to address the crowd. His powerful voice carried across the plaza, silencing the jubilant masses. "Today marks the dawn of a new era for the Selenean people," he proclaimed. "Thanks to the tireless efforts of Lyriax, Dr. Alinah, and our Earth ally, Arinaya, we now have a cure that will ensure our survival and prosperity." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Arinaya felt a surge of emotion so strong it nearly overwhelmed her. She looked at Lyriax, seeing in his eyes the same mix of joy, relief, and determination that she felt. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice barely audible above the din. Lyriax's gaze turned thoughtful. "Now, we build bridges. Between Earth and Moon, between our peoples. This is just the beginning, Arinaya. We have the opportunity to create something truly extraordinary." As the celebration continued below, Arinaya, Lyriax, and Dr. Alinah stood together, united in their shared accomplishment and the promise of what was to come. The future stretched before them, as one people united across the vastness of space. The end.
This is an exclusive production of the Romance Fiction Club. We hope you had a good time listening. Please like and subscribe so that we can continue creating free content for you to enjoy. Check out our library for more exciting romance stories. Thank you and have a wonderful day. See you soon. Bye-bye.